Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Handelsbanken's Sustainability Strategy webinar. My name is Josephine Johansson. I'm Sector Head of Sustainability here at Handelsbanken Equity Research. And I'm also joined by Lina Blume, my colleague, and we'll also be joined by Melissa Makovic during the day. And we will guide you through today's agenda. We have 10 presenting companies, which will get the latest update when it comes to their sustainability strategies, what are the challenges and the opportunities ahead, but also, perhaps even more importantly, what's happening in the current climate where we're seeing geopolitical tensions, we're seeing worries about a backlash against climate change action, we're also seeing a backlash towards diversity. So we'll try to catch up on that and see how is that impacting the companies during the day. And we'll also hope to hear from you listening in. We have the opportunity to send in your questions by logging in to menti.com, and then you type in the code. And the code is 29818662. So you can send in any questions that you might have during the presentation, and we'll make sure to answer those and ask those to get some answers during the Q&A. And how the day will work is that we'll have about half an hour per company. We'll start off with a brief presentation, about 15-20 minutes, and then we'll open up for a Q&A. And during the Q&A, as I said, you can send in your questions and we'll make sure to ask those. And also that you can send in afterwards if you want to, and we'll continue the discussion. And also, the first presenting company today, it's Atlas Copco, and then will be followed by Volvo. We have Epiroc and SCA and Hexagon before lunch. Then we take a brief break, and then we'll continue starting at 1 o'clock after the lunch. We'll hopefully get Anna Sjörén, who's Vice President of Sustainability at Atlas Copco, online soon, to make sure that the sound and everything is working. But until then, I figured that we could just go through the menti.com again to make sure that you know how to post your questions. And you'll also have the code in the screen during the sessions. You know how to get there. But the code is 29818662. And during these sessions, we will, as I said, have a brief presentation, and then we'll open up for questions. We'll start off with the questions. You have time to type the questions that you need to get answers to, and then we'll catch up with your questions as well. We'll see we're having some technical difficulties when it comes to sound of the presenter, which of course is key if you're going to present. You need to have sound. This is, after all, sound TV and not anything else. So we'll see if we get that kicked off soon, hopefully in a couple seconds or a minute or two. And until then, I think we're going to start off by discussing perhaps the latest news when it comes to the US, because we got something earlier this week. The House Republicans are saying that they want to roll back some tax credits when it comes to climate, and that's a first insight into what's going to happen next. They are, of course, wanting to end the tax credits towards electric vehicles, but it seems that they're going a little bit less aggressive on when it comes to clean energy. So we'll see if that's something that perhaps could impact the companies that we're talking to today, but also, of course, the diversity and agenda and similar. Now we have sound and pictures, so that's great. So I think I'll stop and get to the interesting stuff. So we have Anna Sjörén, who's Vice President Sustainability at Atlas Copco. And with that, I ask Anna to go ahead. The floor is yours. I don't think we can hear Anna. Hopefully we'll get to hear that soon, because I know she has a lot of interesting things to say. But it seems like we're not getting sound as of yet. Sorry about that. and I hope that we can sort that out in a brief second. I've seen the slides, so there's a lot of interesting things to hear about, so we hope that we'll get to hear them, and I think this will be fixed pretty soon. But as I said, an interesting situation to talk about these questions. We'll try to touch upon both when it comes to the US, but also in Europe, we have the potential rollback of who has to report under the CSRD, the Sustainability Reporting Directive, and also a lot of other the different regulations that are going to be changed when it comes to emission standards for new vehicles and similar. So a lot of things going on, so a lot of things to discuss. So hopefully we get sign of the presenters so we can start to discuss that very soon. But we'll see if that gets sorted up in any minute now. Yes, so some technical difficulties, as I said, we'll hopefully get that sorted. And again, before we get that sorted, I'll take the opportunity to sort it out when it comes to Q&A. So you go in by menti.com and then you type in the code. The code is 2981866, and you can type in the code and ask any questions that you like during the session, and then we'll make sure to ask them towards the end of this session. We'll probably go a bit beyond the 9 o'clock as we have some technical issues delaying this session. So we probably end up somewhere around 9:05 or 9:10, and then after that, at 9:15, we're going to be joined by Volvo. And after that, we have at 10 o'clock Epiroc presenting. But hopefully we can get going with Atlas Copco very soon. We can see Anna, but we can't hear her. So that's, of course, a problem when it's a presentation. And we'll see if we can get the sound going very, very soon. So again, make sure to ask your questions, and we'll be here to ask them for you. And if you are wondering anything that you didn't get answer to, please contact us, and we'll continue the discussion after the presentation. So we'll see if we get these technical issues sorted out. We're fingers crossed, and we'll see if we can get the things going. At least you can see Anna, so that's something. Yes, now I get thumbs up. We seem to have sound going. Fingers crossed this works this time. So Anna Sjörén, Head of Sustainability at Atlas Copco, please go ahead. I hope we can hear you now. Ah, perfect.
Yes, thank you so much. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Wonderful, finally. Right, so I guess I will go a little bit faster than planned since we lost a bit of time. I will take it through our priorities as well as our most recent performance. But I like to start with a few numbers just to set the context. So if you move to next slide, please. We have around 55,000 employees in 73 countries. We were established more than 150 years ago, and we are a very decentralized group with 24 divisions across 4 business areas. Moving to next, our mission is sustainable, profitable growth, and our purpose is to support our customers to grow and drive society forward. And this is how we want to transform the future. And as you know, sustainability requires a long-term perspective. And one of the main sustainability aspects of our business that was relevant many decades ago, I don't know, 150 years ago, but still at least, and continues to be so and will be in the future, is energy efficiency. We have shown a steady growth over time, as you can see in the graph. And business ethics, environmental performance, and consideration of our stakeholders' expectations and our social impact is part of the foundation that has enabled this growth. If we move to next, thank you. So as mentioned, we're organized in 4 business areas. And these operate through separate divisions, which are our highest operational entities. The divisions generally conduct business through product companies, distribution centers, and customer centers. And this whole organization is supported by an integrated sustainability structure and organization, consisting then of, at group level, my team, Group Sustainability, as well as councils and boards with representatives from the business areas to create alignment and a common focus. On the business area level, we have Vice President Sustainability, CQ Managers, Safety, Health, Environment and Quality, and Sustainability Controllers. On the divisional level, we also have CQ managers supporting the operations, as well as different subject matter experts, such as within responsible sourcing or circularity, etc. And then on the local level, we also have CQ managers and coordinators. So a little bit to more what we actually do. And as I said, our purpose is to meet the needs of our customers and society. And they are in need of solutions that increase efficiency and productivity, while also, increasingly important, reduce emissions. And we have both the solutions, the knowledge, and the innovation power to support these needs, while also then supporting to reduce emissions and work towards a low carbon society. Through innovative technologies and a strong focus on energy efficiency, we can help to lower emissions in all sorts of industries, exemplified here, such as general manufacturing, electronics, automotive, the process industry, and construction, for example. If we move to the next slide, one back, thank you. In addition to supporting different industries and becoming more efficient and reducing emissions, we also play a very important role in many low carbon technologies. And the development of renewable energy segments, just giving a few examples here, such as wind, solar, and hydrogen. So as an example, we provide solutions for assembly of battery packs in electric vehicles. We also supply compressors when making the gearboxes in wind turbines. And we supply grinders that make the blades in wind turbines, and many more. And these are, of course, interesting segments with potential. If we move to yes, thank you. So here you see our group targets. And we have targets within 4 different areas: environmental, social, governance, and finance. And some examples are then climate, circularity, resource efficiency, and sourcing. Last year, we revisited our targets to match our ambition and to align with different stakeholders' expectations. And this resulted in a strengthened focus on a few of our previous topics, such as climate, circularity, gender balance, geopolitical risks, through additional focus on trade compliance and supplier due diligence. So in addition to previous targets, what we have committed to now going forward is to develop a climate transition plan and set targets beyond 2030. We want to apply circularity principles in product development in all our future projects to benefit and really leverage the benefits that circularity can bring on many different levels. In addition to our targets on increasing the share of women in the organization, we have also committed to increasing the share of women in leadership positions. And as mentioned, we're strengthening our focus on trade compliance and fair competition. We have also committed to, in a more systematic way across the group, engage suppliers in ESG assessment. So this will be part of the focus for the next 3 years. We move to the next. Here we have our science-based targets that we committed to back in 2021. And we did this because we see opportunities in contributing to a low carbon society through our technologies, but also in our own operations. So we aim to reduce our emissions by 47% 6% in our own operations, and 28% throughout our value chain by 2030. And now we will move over to our performance. I've selected a few KPIs here. And if we start within environment, looking at how we're doing in terms of our science-based targets in scope 1 and 2, we have made great progress and achieved a 40% reduction since our baseline 2019. And this is primarily due to increasing the share of renewable energy throughout our operations, but also there's a component of increasing efficiency in operations overall to reduce energy consumption as such. If we move to the value chain, the scope 3, we have increased our emissions 15% compared to baseline. So this is where we struggle, and more than 95% of our emissions in scope 3 come from the use phase, meaning when our products are used all over the world, and this shows clearly that we're dependent on availability of renewables to our customers on the different markets where we are present. But we're seeing some progress. Some of our main markets are making progress in terms of CO2 intensity, and we have started to see this in our number. But the main focus internally is, as mentioned many times, energy efficiency and innovation to provide more efficient equipment that can support our customers in reducing their emissions. And a main reason for the increase is, of course, also the growth that we have seen over the last few years. When it comes to waste, we have a target of achieving 100% recycling, recovery, and reuse by 2030. And we're tracking towards that target. And the closer we get, the more difficult it gets. But we have a few promising initiatives in difficult markets that we believe will bring us closer to the targets the next few years. When it comes to women in the organization, we are at 22.4%. Our target is 30%. We have made good progress, even though not at the pace wanted. So we're step by step moving closer to our ambition here. The same goes for women in leadership positions, where we're also seeing steady but slow progress. And the last KPI here under social is related to injuries, where we're also seeing progress, not the least compared to last year. In addition, we have a couple of governance-related KPIs to our code of conduct, where we have a great commitment internally in participating in training, classroom training, and annual compliance confirmation statements. And here you also see the new target that we have in the group to engage our suppliers more systematically in ESG assessment to manage risks throughout our upstream supply chain. So that's a summary of our results of 2024. And I would now like to move on to an example of avoided emissions. So we have lots of good examples on how our products and our technology can support our customers in reducing emissions, in addition to just providing energy efficient equipment. And this is such a good example where we're putting waste heat to use through an energy recovery box. So this helps our customers save energy, reduce cost, and thereby avoid emissions. And if we sum up all the potential avoided emissions throughout the life cycle of the energy recovery boxes sold last year, you see here how much that is in total. And it's quite impressive because this is, as I mentioned, just one example. So 70% or more than 70% of the energy of a rotary screw compressor goes to waste as heat. And this is what we can help our customers capture, reuse, and by doing so, they avoid emissions by not having to burn fossil fuels for heating in their production for other purposes. So that was a quick run through.
Thank you, Anna, for a very interesting and also efficient presentation, speaking of energy efficiency. So we'll now kick off with the Q&A, and as you probably heard me say already, you can go and post your questions by going onto menti.com, and then you write the code 29818662. And we already have a question from the audience, so I think I will kick off with that one and turn to Lina.
Yes, thank you. We do have one question from the audience, and it's about emissions. How does Atlas Copco view their increased emissions? And then I think we're talking about scope 3. Is there a plan on how to reach your emission targets on the scope 3 at the same time as your sales increase?
Well, as I said, that is a struggle. And when we set the targets, we did not expect the kind of growth that we have seen. So that was partly underestimated. But yes, we do have a plan. And when we set the targets, that was based on, a very thorough plan. Just a second.
No worries. And also to add to that, what do you think is the key trigger to actually decouple scope 3 emissions from growth? Because that's, of course, something that it's increasingly challenging if you have a very strong growth. But is there something you see, this is the key to sort of try to decouple that?
Well, as I also mentioned before, since more than 95% of our emissions come from the use phase, we are, to that extent, dependent on the availability of renewables. But we are trying to work with our customers to make this shift happen step by step, and that's going to take time for sure. This is not something we'll solve easily, but we're working on what we can really have an influence on, and that is the innovation, the energy efficiency, and the examples as shown here, but also contributing through solutions that contribute to reducing avoided emissions through additional reductions that are not part of the value chain of the products as such, but in addition to that.
And do you see that the material used, the type of steel or such that you use, is that a key component, or is that a smaller part of your footprint? And if it's a larger part, what are the key sort of issues right now? Is there any particular material that you see this is a challenging one at the moment?
It is a component, but it's a very small part. It's something we're working on to reduce the impact from the goods and raw material that we purchase. But that is not something that will influence our numbers in the bigger picture. It's less than a few percentages of the total. So the 2.5% that are not coming from the use phase are split between emissions coming from materials, transport, our own emissions. So I think that clearly shows how little influence that would actually have.
Okay, thank you. We have another question from the audience.
Yes, a follow-up question then. Will Atlas Copco have to adjust their climate targets?
We see an opportunity as part of the regular review that is required every 5 years with SBTi, to see if we can factor in the growth differently. And the net zero standards are being updated. So we're also looking at what the result of that will be and how that enables adjusting to have a better comparison over time. We're also working on annual restatements to manage our growth through acquisitions to make data comparable over time in that sense as well.
But do you believe that the overarching target, although adjusted for size and such, will still remain, or do you think there's a risk that you might have to sort of adjust it downwards in the near term?
Well, if we want to have science-based targets, I don't think we're allowed to adjust them downwards. We need to follow our trajectory, and that is our intention. But we do see challenges that aren't within our direct control. But our targets remain what they are, and we'll just have to work with the levers that we can influence, and then hope that the others will also follow.
And before we end, I just want to ask you briefly on the demand side, because you showed us that you can help clients avoid emissions also by reducing the energy consumption and making also the products much more efficient. How does the demand for this look? Is that something that also went your business, or is it sort of just something that clients are not that interested in and you have to push, or how does that look at the moment?
It varies greatly across industries and different markets, but energy efficiency never goes out of style. Energy efficiency, resource efficiency, cost efficiency. So that is something that we have seen in the past, currently, and that we believe will be what they're after also in the future. Then to what extent customers are interested in the positive side effect of also reducing emissions, that varies.
Okay, thank you. And we have a final question from the audience.
Yes, it is. Is it possible to pinpoint somehow which divisions or products stand for the most of the Scope 3 emissions increase? If so, are there specific business level strategies to address this?
So as I said in the beginning, our science-based targets and our roadmap is based on planning throughout the business areas and divisions. So this was already taken into account from the beginning. And since we have a couple of products, large compressors that have a larger impact than perhaps other products, such as small handheld tools within our industrial technique business area, if we sell lots of larger compressors on high CO2 intensity markets, that will of course have an effect. So product mix has a great impact also on our performance.
Okay, thank you, Anna, for an interesting presentation and answering our questions. We already had some blood, some sweat on our side, and hopefully no tears today. But an exciting day, as you can see, a lot of things that happens. Next up, we have Volvo, who's coming on at 9:15. So we'll see you then in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
welcome back and welcome to our session together with Volvo, where we are very pleased to be joined by Karin Svensson, Chief Sustainability Officer and Senior Vice President of Corporate Responsibility, as well as Jonas André, Director of Corporate Responsibility. My name is Lina Blume and I will moderate this session together with my colleague Melissa Makowicz. We will begin with a presentation followed by a Q&A, and you can already now start to send in your questions by going into menti.com and entering the code 29818662. And with that, I'm pleased to hand over to Karin and Jonas.
Thank you so much for inviting us here today. We will, as you heard, we will do a brief presentation first, and then we open up for any kind of questions. We don't see the slides yet, but maybe someone will start sharing. Great, thank you so much. I was not planning on doing a big presentation of the Volvo Group. I guess it's known from most of the participants in the meeting today that we are one of the world's largest manufacturers of commercial vehicles, trucks, buses, construction equipment and engines. We are doing transport and infrastructure solutions, and by that hoping to be able to drive economic growth, sustainable progress, but also to give value to the shareholders. Today, what we aim to do is to give you an update on our sustainability strategy. We will talk about our priorities, but we will also talk about our performance as it looks when it comes to sustainability. We can take the next slide. We're in the business of transportation and logistics, something that is, of course, crucial to society as we know it today. But it has to be done in a substantially more sustainable way for the future. The need for these types of solutions is increasing, and that is, of course, great for business. But as I said, we need to do it in a different way going forward. And that's why we're in the middle of a huge transformation right now. Probably the biggest transformation that we have been in for the soon to be 100 years in business. And our ambitions then are built on to try to become 100% safe, 100% fossil free, and 100% more productive. We say 100% safe because people have always been and will always be in the center of the development for us and everything we do. We have a vision to strive to be 100% no accidents with our products or in our workplace. And we also work very hard to ensure that we have respect for human rights across our value chain and, of course, also in our own operations. We say 100% fossil free as we see the journey towards net zero as an opportunity for us to create real impact, but also as transportation is one of the major emitters of emissions today. And then finally, 100% more productive as by increasing productivity, both our customers and ourselves can do more with less and to secure competitiveness. But then maybe more interesting, let's see how we do these things. You can move to the next slide. Today we have a number of sustainability priorities. These priorities are in 3 different pillars, you could say. So we talk about climate, resources, and people. And then these priorities, they are in many ways contributing to several of the pillars. Today we thought we would focus on our commitment to become net zero. We will also talk about resources and how we can increase productivity, and then how we can continue to have respect for human rights throughout the value chain. If we take the next one, then I think it's good if we start with our way towards net zero. We have a commitment to be net zero throughout the value chain by 2040. Something that we validated with the Science Based Target Initiative 5 years ago, approximately. To decarbonize the full value chain, it is, of course, important to understand where your emission comes from. Maybe no big surprise to you, but more than 95% of our emission comes from when our products are in use. So when our trucks and buses or construction equipments are being used in different ways. The second biggest source of emissions for us is upstream emissions coming from materials and components like steel, aluminium, polymers, electronics, but also batteries. That is today 4% of our total emissions, something that will grow as we see more electric products coming out on our roads. And then less than 1% of our emission comes from our own operations and the electricity we purchase. Of course, we are really focusing on all parts to decarbonize all parts of the emissions, but we will focus a bit more today on how we decarbonize downstream. So you can take the next slide. So there are several technology tracks to decarbonize downstream. We have today what we call a three-pronged approach, where we talk about battery electric vehicles, fuel cell electric vehicles, and then we continue to talk about the internal combustion engine, but then fill with something else than diesel. So we're talking about fossil-free types of fuels like e-fuels, hydrogen, or biofuels. We have, since the beginning of this decarbonization of the downstream, talked about that it is important to have this three-pronged approach, because we will have to decarbonize market by market, region by region, and segment by segment. So for every market, the type of solution that we need to use will be unique. And the pace of the transition will be dependent on different types of factors for every market. And to have this approach actually ensures that we have flexibility and that we have resilience throughout the whole transition. For example, we are today producing electric trucks at the same driveline as we are producing diesel trucks, which means that we can ramp up according to what the market needs are. Even though we're talking about these three tracks, electrification is of course key for us. Electrification is not something new. We have been selling electric buses for close to 15 years now. We have had electric trucks in serial production since 2019, and we now have a full lineup of electric trucks that are ready to be sold to customers. And we have more and more machines being electrified as we speak. We are also investing quite heavily into both electrification and other types of zero-emission technologies, as you can see to the right here. I think it's also fair to say that this has paid off. We are today market leaders when it comes to electrification on the truck side. In Europe, we have a market share close to 60%, and in US, a little bit more than 50%. It's of course still a very small market for electric products, but it's growing. Unfortunately, not in the pace that we were hoping or anticipating. And I'll come back in just a minute to some of the factors to why this is not happening. But before moving into that, let's look a bit upon our performance when it comes to decreasing emissions in our value chain. So you can take the next slide. As I mentioned in the beginning, we set our science-based targets in 2020, and we use 2019 as our baseline. Since 2019, we have actually been able to reduce emissions with 25%, which is quite impressive, to say the least. We have been able to decrease emissions in our own operations, where we have full control with 30%. There we have a target of 50% by 2030. And then, as you can see, a little bit of varying results in the different segments when it comes to emission reductions. I should also say that these numbers, we have some impact from lower volumes in China, but even taking that out, we have been able to reduce emissions a lot the last years. But to continue to decrease emissions, a crucial factor is, of course, that we will have more electric products on the market. And as I said, that transition is not happening exactly as quickly as we were hoping for or anticipating. And if we move to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about the reasons to that. So there are some challenges when it comes to implementing electric products in a market. We are sometimes talking about the equation, that we need to fix the equation. The transition will not only be dependent on us, but that all parts of the equation is working. So the first part of the equation is that we have products and service offerings in place. And I think we can tick that box. As I mentioned, we have all different types of vehicles being available in electric versions. Secondly, there is also a need to have charging. So today, if you buy an electric truck, there are quite few public chargers for so that you can charge your truck, which of course makes it difficult for our customers to buy one. What we have seen is that today it's around 500 electric charging points, fast chargers in Europe. That will need to grow to approximately 40,000 fast chargers. And you can, of course, say it's a little about the hen and the egg. What comes first? If there are no electric trucks, no one wants to build charging stations. And if there are no charging stations, no one wants to build the the charging station. So of course, this needs to be work in sync. Also, what is important is that we have enough of fossil-free energy in the different countries where we want to do this build-out of charging. That's less of a problem in Sweden. In Sweden, it's mainly related to the grid and making sure that we have electricity in the right place. Another part of the equation comes with the economy. Of course, our customers are using our equipment as a productivity tool. So it's important that to drive, if we take the example of a truck, to drive 1 kilometer on electricity is has the same cost as driving 1 kilometer of diesel, or even better if it can be cheaper. Today, that's not the fact. It's actually, you could say, too cheap to drive on diesel, which makes the business case for our customers to change not very good. And then third part, in this equation is that we need to create demand for these products. And of course, economy is one part of that. We need to create a much bigger market for these products. And here we would like to raise the fact that public procurement is one way of doing that. We have seen that has been very beneficial when it comes to getting more electric buses, for example, on the roads. So that's important. So if not all parts of the equation is there, it will be very difficult to accelerate the pace of electromobility adoption. If we move to the next slide, I thought I would just mention a couple of words, because decarbonizing transportation is, of course, crucial. But as the demand for transportation is increasing, and we see that will continue to increase for many years, it is also important to work on how we can increase productivity and efficiency. So today we see quite good opportunities to make sure that we have more resource efficient transport, but also equipment as a service. We see that our products need to be kept longer in the use phase, and that the efficiency of the whole transport system can be increased. Also important to remember is that as we are electrifying, we are in need of resources and materials that are sometimes comes in scarce, and also they come with higher risks. So we work quite a lot with trying to increase transparency throughout the value chain, but also to have knowledge in our supply networks to make sure that when we transform, we do it in a way that it doesn't have a negative impact on either in the environment or on people. Talking about people, we can move to the next slide. So to ensure that we respect human rights in our own operations, but also across the full value chain, we are focusing in our efforts on where we have either the biggest risks for negative impacts or where we have the largest opportunities to have a positive impact on people. We have just completed a big analysis where we have reviewed where we have the biggest risks for negative impacts on people, but we have also done a big job trying to understand how mature we actually are in our own processes of managing these risks. This is a very important foundation for us, both in making sure that we can continue to live up to our own commitment, but also that we can adhere to the new legal requirements coming up in this area. If we move to the next slide. So as part of our focus on people, we are of course also continue to focus on safety as well as diversity in our own operations. When it comes to health and safety, we have an ambition to decrease the accident rate by 50% between the 2019 and 2030. We are making significant improvements here, as you can see, but still there is more work to do. So we are trying to take a systematic approach and proactive measures to continue to work of having less accidents in our own operations. When it comes to diversity, we have set a target of having 35% women among all employees by 2030. We are today at 23% for all employees, a little bit better for manager, where we have 26%. And if we look at our own AB Volvo board, it's actually 31% being women in the board. But also here we have more work to do to improve. And we are working, for example, to have a more inclusive way of working. And here we are looking at recruitment, succession planning, but also different types of training for our employees to make sure that we can actually grasp the opportunities of having a more inclusive work environment. Then we move to the final slide, and just to sum up, as the Volvo Group, we are committed to drive this change towards more sustainable transport solutions, a system that is safe, fossil-free, and productive. But it's very clear that we cannot do this change ourselves. To transform, we need to ensure that all parts of the ecosystem moves in sync. And here it's important that we are actually engaging ourselves in not only our own part, but also in developing the ecosystem. So here we work closely with stakeholders like policymakers, with business partners, with suppliers, with employees, and also with customers to develop the ecosystem. And to work in partnerships will, of course, be absolutely crucial here. And we are working in different types of partnerships in the industry, in our value chain, but also we are actually even working with competitors to make sure that we have the technology in place that will be needed for this transition, but also to have the prerequisites in place to transform into a more sustainable transport system. I'll stop there, and then I guess we open up for questions.
Perfect, Karin. Thank you so much for that presentation. As you mentioned, we are now heading into our Q&A session, and I just want to remind you again that you can send in your own questions by going into menti.com, and please do go into menti.com and enter the code 29818662. I already know that we have one question from the audience, so I start by handing off the word to Melissa.
Right, so you mentioned the R&D spending for 2024, and the question is, what do you expect the split to be in the coming, let's say, 3 years? Or will it change, or will it remain the same as in 2024?
I think I can respond to that. So my name is Jonas André, and in this presentation, in this session, I will be calling sidekick, so to speak. When it comes to the R&D spend, we don't really provide that forward-looking information. It's a little bit too soon to tell. It, of course, depends on the market demands. So we have, every year, we update the investment portfolio, or several times a year, basically, based on how the markets are developing. So that the actual spend on one type of technology to another, it will depend on the equation as well, as Karin mentioned. So we need to make sure that what we invest in, battery electric, fuel cell electric, combustion engine technology with increasingly lower emissions, will very much depend on how these market prerequisites develops.
And maybe a follow-up to that, you touched upon this a bit during the presentation, but how does the customer demand look like for more, so to say, sustainable products? Is it customer driven, and is it different depending on what sort of commercial vehicle we're talking about?
Yes, very much so. And that's where we say that it's so important that we think about this from a market to market and segment to segment. So it differs quite a lot, the possibilities for our customers to transform, and also, of course, then coming back to that, then the interest. So it depends upon how the prerequisites looks in that specific market and what type of segment. So certain segments are, of course, easier to transform than others. We see quite a good interest from customers, but of course, there are so many prerequisites that are not in place in order for this to fully take off. But yeah, good interest from customers.
And in addition to that, we also see that the demand from the transport provider, so to speak, it can change quite fast depending on policy development, etc.
Yeah.
What we've seen in parts of Europe, in Sweden, not the least, is when the blend-in requirements of bio-based diesel was changed. That changed the fuel landscape, so to speak. So the fossil diesel became quite much cheaper, and the HVO, the bio-based fuel, became more expensive. So those types of policies can change the demand rapidly. And it's, of course, we are very interested in to have a stable and long-term policy landscape so that we can plan our transition planning, our business planning, as well as possible, basically.
And on the topic of demand, then, where's demand the highest? Which segment or country? Can you share any insight on that?
I don't think we're going into countries, but on a general level of the countries where there is already an existing supply, so to speak, of renewable energy, those countries are in general, or low carbon energy, are in general developing faster. This is also where we have gained some more market share, basically. And I think right now we have some 5,000 electric trucks rolling out there on the market. So it's not insignificant. It's quite a lot, even though compared to the full fleet, it's still limited. But there are also certain segments within the transport industry that are more viable to decarbonize first, so to speak, and that is regional and city. And also there could be other synergies with other environmental and health objectives. Air pollution, for example. So in the cities, it's driven even also from the air pollution perspective to decarbonize, to go for both mainly battery electric, but we also see that there are lower air pollutants from for example, bio-based natural gas. Bio-based methane, bio-LNG. So it's more of a sector by sector in the beginning, and there, of course, is where it's important to build scale to then be able to grow into more regional and eventually longer haul transport.
Perfect. And another question from the audience then is, how important is it to you that you have local battery production in the EU, for example? Is it, given the current situation with China being a competitor in that sense, what's your thought about this? How important is it?
As you know, we have initiated plans to have our own battery cell production in Mariestad here in Sweden. And I think, of course, it's important for us to have a a diverse network where we can see the way that the world is developing, that we can have battery production in different places, not only in certain places. So of course, this is something that we have been looking into that is important from ensuring that we can make green batteries and that we have a little bit more control over that part of the supply chain also.
And of course, if I may add, in the beginning of this transition with relatively low volumes, we have partnerships with suppliers that fulfills the demand. But of course, as the share of mainly battery electric versions then accelerates, depending on the equation that Karin presented, it would of course be crucial to have regionalized supply chain for such components, and otherwise it will not be as viable as we'd hope for. So I mean, moving towards 20, 30, 40% down the line, of course, we would need to have regional supply chains in all the main regions of the world where we produce. We have local production in EU. I mean, we have in South America, in North America, as well as in Asia.
Perfect. Another question from the audience is that you said that a stable regulatory environment is key. What's your view on this right now, considering everything going on, especially in the EU right now, but also in the US?
We are, of course, following whatever is happening and trying to be as transparent as possible with what we see will be needed in order for this transition. And it's, of course, difficult when things are not as stable. But yeah, we're trying to adapt, but also, as I said, we're trying to influence where we can influence and to try to continue. We have a very clear strategy that we would like to decarbonize our full value chain by 2040. And so we are trying to be as clear as possible what is needed in order for us to be successful on that.
And one last question from the audience for right now. Do you have any targets related to human rights and value chain, or are you planning on setting such targets?
I think target setting is a little bit difficult when it comes to human rights, setting numbers, but of course, what we are from a process perspective, and as I said, right now we have made a big analysis and assessment of how mature we are actually in managing the risk we have. So we are, of course, wanting to improve transparency throughout the full value chain so that we are becoming better at both identifying risk and mitigating those risks and take action. So I would say it's more from a process perspective where we're trying to put certain things in place to ensure a better due diligence. And of course, then there's lots of regulation coming up in this area that we are following very closely and making sure that we will be compliant with. But we have had a commitment to respect human rights since many years back, and we will continue to work on this.
Thank you. And maybe as a final question, because we are running out of time. So again, to the audience, if you have any last questions, make sure to send them in. What would you say is the main sustainability issues that will be in focus for, say, the next year?
It's always hard to say what is the main question. It depends a bit, but I would say for us, our journey towards net zero is really crucial. I think for us, we don't see any other way forward than moving into more sustainable solutions. So increasing the pace of this transition and making sure that we get all the different prerequisites in place. I think that is what we can see is that climate change has so many impacts on both the environment and people. So I think for us as a group, if we can work on decarbonizing, that will have so many positive effects, not only for the greenhouse gas emissions, but it will also have positive effects on biodiversity. It will have positive effects on people. So I would probably have to say that if I have to choose one.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. And With that, I believe that we have run out of time, so I want to take the opportunity to thank you both to Karin and Jonas for a good presentation and for taking time to join us today and answering all our questions. To the audience, I want to say thank you for listening in. We will be back at 10 o'clock for a session with Epiroc, so stay tuned and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
and a warm welcome back to the third session of today's webinar. My name is Melissa Markovic, and with me I have my colleague Josefin Johansson. With us here today we have Epiroc to present its latest sustainability insights, and followed by a Q&A where everyone listening in can participate by logging into menti.com and entering the code 29818662. Ask your questions at any time during the presentation. We'll make sure to answer them or to ask them later. With us today, we're joined by Epiroc, as I mentioned, and more specifically, Camilla Goldbeck Löve, Vice President Sustainability, and Karin Larsson, Vice President IR and Media. Warm welcome to both of you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here. So my name is Camilla Goldbeck Löve, and I'm the VP Sustainability, and we also have Karin
Larsson, no, Karin Larsson, also online from the IR team. And Camilla and I will love to do this presentation. And I do know Camilla is the main speaker of today, but before she starts, I will say a few words about Epiroc. So the mission we have is to accelerate the productivity and sustainability transformation in our industry. I am sure you have heard this 1,000 times, but let me emphasize here that the mining and construction industries, they are dangerous places to be in. So by making sure people do not work in dangerous environments by automation, for example, we can really make a positive difference. The same applies to a very heavy emission-heavy industry, where we can, with the help of electrification and HVO and other solutions, make this industry more sustainable. So I would argue that our whole business case is actually to accelerate the not only productivity, but also the sustainability transformation. So Epiroc, we have revenues in around 150 countries. We have a turnover about 65 billion, 19,000 employees, and we have an EBIT margin of 19.6%. This is a good margin, and our goal is, of course, to have an industry-leading margin. One of the reasons why this is quite good is because a lot of our revenues are aftermarket. You see here in the yellow to the left that about 67% is aftermarket related, which is always the most sustainable way to keep old machines alive longer and to make sure they work for a longer period of time. That's always a very good thing. We have two attractive customer groups, which I briefly mentioned in the beginning. It's the mining and the construction industries. And 78% of the orders received are mining related. And to the right, you will see that copper, gold, and iron ore are by far the most important mineral groups. And here we actually anticipate in both gold and copper that there will be a deficit globally in these minerals by 2030, which should, everything else equal, lead to a good demand for our equipment and our services. 22% is construction and infrastructure. And here I would like you to think about Epiroc as the company that removes hard rock. When we do tunnels in hard rock, for instance, or when we remove rock to build new houses. A big portion is also when you take down old construction, fundaments, houses, bridges, and you actually do the scrapping. So you use attachments to take away hard things. So we are hard rockers at Epiroc, that you can remember. Our strategy is... Yes.
Adding to that, and that's also why the reason for our very low coal exposure, that is less than 3%.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the only coal exposure that we have is when you need to go through hard rock to come to the coal. So the machines are not made for coal extraction in any way. So that's the few words about coal. Thank you, Camilla. So the investment case, if you have followed Epiroc before, you would know that this is a strategy that we have had for many, many years. And the strategy is basically also our investment case. And let me start in the bottom. Our success historically is really based on the sustainability mindset and also a very strong culture. Many investors, they make they compare us with IKEA or even Handelsbanken, who is hosting today. So very strong culture. And what we try to do is we go for attractive niches where the customers are prepared to pay for uptime to make sure that the machines are working. Easy example, the drill rig in the beginning of the tunnel. If your drill rig doesn't work, your mine will not work. So you're prepared to pay for this, and very attractive niches. We also work very hard on being the innovation leader. We will tell you more about this very soon. And then, as I mentioned, we have the high proportion of aftermarket, and we have also strived to always do things better. Both Atlas Copco and Epiroc are always trying to do things better. And by doing all of this together, we hope to achieve outperformance. And historically, I do believe we have done rather well. Starting with innovation and automation, basically, it's about protecting people. So if you see the big two machines there to the left, that's the most famous rotary surface drill rigs in the world, the pit vipers. And in many times, they run fully autonomously with no people in them. And of course, that's much more safe not to have people in dangerous environments. And if you just compare the pit viper, a manual one versus autonomous, you have 22% more drill meter, you have 40% less cost, and you also reduce CO2. So automation is not only increasing safety, but it is also making, as I said in the beginning, productivity and sustainability for the customers. And looking at automation, we are very, very proud, I must say, that we are leading the race when it comes to mixed fleet automation. Most OEM providers, they only work with their own fleet and automation in their own fleet, but we have, for many, many years, worked towards mixed fleet because there's no mine in the world with only one supplier of equipment. And we had year-end 2024 more than 3,450 driverless machines. Many of these are not Epiroc machines, but they use our software to run the machines in a smooth way. Very proud of these numbers, and they're growing well, as you see, up 21% versus from 2023. Electrification is another good trend, and a lot of you investors, you think like, okay, but if you replace diesel with the battery or electrification, okay, that's good. And you think about those savings, and those savings you see in the yellow box here. You can save emissions of, say, 30% by replacing these machines with electric drive. But the big saving, and the reason why a lot of customers go for electrification, is actually the savings on ventilation, especially underground. When the mines go deeper every day and wider every day, you have to turn on the fan capacity. Eventually, you also need to build a new ventilation shaft because your mine is so deep. So 40% of the operational cost in a mine can actually derive from ventilation. So this is a win-win. The machines will save emissions, but you also save emissions and money by not having to use that ventilation. And if you look to electrification for us as Epiroc today, it's about 4.2% of our revenues. It's good. It's up 40% versus last year, so also growing. We also see that the BEVs, the battery electric vehicles, the utilization rate of those more than doubled in 2024 versus 23. And we have 39 mining sites globally that have ordered BEV equipment. And of those that have done so, actually about a third have ordered more. They are happy with the productivity and the efficiency gains they get with these machines. And we have also learned over time that this is not only about batteries. So if you look here, if you skip all the names, if they are maybe too technical, but diesel and electric, that's a kind of a hybrid solution. We do BEV with a trolley. So the truck goes up over a ramp with a trolley like a tram, and then it goes in the end of the tunnels with a battery drive. We also have cable battery electric solutions, and also just clean battery electric solutions. So everything for all customers. And I would like to say that sometimes we can combine electrification and automation. So in April, we signed the largest contract in our history, 2.2 billion krona over 5 years, with a company called Fortescue in Australia. So what they're doing, they're buying around 50 electric and autonomous machines, and that will cut around 90,000 tons carbon emissions annually. So this is something we're really, really proud of, and I would argue this is in the forefront. And please note, this is on the surface. This customer will not even get gains from being underground. So very proud of this. And how have we done financially over time? I speak a lot about innovation, but I also mentioned outperformance. Well, we have grown our revenues with about 10% since we became a listed company in 2018, and we were spun off from Atlas Copco. And we have an EBIT margin, as you see here, which has declined somewhat. And the reason is there are twofold. We have a weak construction market. And number two, we have a very strong growth in service agreements and circular service solutions. And that mix effect is actually impacting the margin. But all in all, we have grown revenues and profit quite well since we were listed, and the total shareholder return was 154%, and this is from 2 weeks ago, roughly, or 10 days ago. I will skip this, but that's the financial goals. You are here to listen to Camilla, I know that, but you will get this material, and I'm more than happy to speak financials with you at another time. Camilla, would you like to speak about the sustainability goals instead?
I'd love to do that. And if you change slide to the next slide, Karin, we will also see the goals. No.
Okay. Now,
if you go back, there we go. I think that Karin has done a really excellent job of explaining how sustainability is integrated into how we work in the company. Some years back, 2020, we launched these longer term goals. At that time, they felt very long away in the future. Now they're coming closer and closer. But we have done them in the people and the planet part. So we have people goals of no work-related injuries. We want to balance the workforce and double the number of women in operational roles. And that is service technicians, R&D, or salespeople, because that's where we see fewer women represented. And of course, we also want to make sure that we do business in a responsible manner. So all employees and business partners should also comply with our code of conduct. We also have in place a responsible sales assessment process where we look at sustainability risk with our customers. So that's the people part. And then the planet part is about CO2 emissions. So we want to have CO2 emissions in operations, in transport, machines sold, and from relevant suppliers. CO2 emissions in operations and reducing CO2 emission from machines sold are also SBTi verified a few years back, because we did a value chain analysis and we really see that all the CO2 emissions that we have are in scope 3, as you might know, and the majority of those are in category 11, and that is when our products are being used. So if we really want to help the world and our customers reduce CO2 emission, we focus on making sure that our products are better and emitting less CO2 emissions. You can take the next slide, Karin. Many of you are probably also very much aware of the legislation that has come out in Europe, the CSRD legislation, and there you know that we need to do a double materiality analysis, and we've done that. And this is also demonstrating the topics that are the most relevant for Epiroc. And as you can see, it is really climate change, reducing our impact and making sure that we have the best products in place for our customers to reduce CO2 emission. And it's safety, making sure that our customers are safe when they operate, and is also our people working with our equipment, they also need to be safe. So those are the key topics, but you also see that there are a number of other topics defined. And as many Swedish companies, we did not report a fully aligned report, this report that was recently launched, but it's very much inspired by. So it's structured in accordance with the upcoming legislation, and it also contains a number of the required information. And we will, of course, have a fully aligned as of next year when the Swedish legislation is entering into force. Yes,
well
please.
done, Camilla and team. It was a lot of work, so well done so far.
It was a lot of work, yeah. And And Karin, you spoke quite a bit about how we contribute to our customers' decarbonization journey. And I think that there are so many good things about electrification and automation that you covered. And it's not only about reducing CO2 emission, it's very much also about making the mines and construction sites safer, because that is, as you said, a very big challenge also for our customers. Aftermarket is also very important. We have some 32% of our contracts today are in conjunction with some sort of service, and we also see that there is a growing appetite for that. Because here we also really can help our customers. We have great solutions with circular business models such as battery as a service. That's when we are able to rent the battery, so to speak. So we take the cost for the batteries and the development of the latest technologies, and the customers can then rent them instead. That's one way of how we are facilitating the electrification journey for our customers. Midlife services is another great example where we bring in really used, wear down equipment. We fix them up. We change what is broken, if anything is broken. And at the same time, we also have the possibility to upgrade it with the latest technology, the digital solutions that are also able to be provided in the market. So making sure that we prolong the life, but also being able for the customers to end up with a more modern solution. So these are just yes, please, Karin.
I just want to add also that the fleet of equipment is larger than ever before out there, and the fleet age is also older than ever before. So speaking about the aftermarket potential, Camilla mentioned 32% service agreements. If you take the potential in the aftermarket here, it's huge. So we anticipate good growth also for the years to come here.
Yeah. And then digitalization, I think that's also important to mention, because we have tools and services that are able to measure real-time energy consumption. So you can really see how you are using your products, and you are able to tweak them to better utilize them to lower the CO2 emission and also then the energy costs. And of course, if we make our operations more CO2 emission free, that is also better for the customer, because the products they are buying also then will have a lower CO2 emission footprint. So these are some examples, but I think also turning to electrification on the next slide, Karin, is a good example of, we have done this for a long time. As you can see here, we started drilling with electric cables already in 1974. So this graph is really demonstrating how we have been in the forefront of the electrification journey for a very long time. And here you see a number of different actions that we have done, both when it comes to developing new products and offering of battery as a service, better conversions and so on. But it's also about how we are making our own operations better. For example, installing solar panels already 2019. And now we have some 14 sites around the world. And not only in Sweden, but in countries where you have a bigger challenge, such as South Africa, to mention one country where we have installed solar panels, India, China as well. And we have the long-term goal of having a full range of emission-free products this year for underground, and then for surface, a full range of emission-free products by 2030. You can take the next slide, Karin.
Yes.
And here you can see some of the results of last year. We do have a very good result for the own production. We have almost reached the goal there, and we do that by having a continuous focus on changing to renewable energy where that is possible, or if not, then we do solar panel installations in certain sites. So these are some examples of how we measure that. And then we have discussed and demonstrated the different alternatives we do for reducing CO2 emissions for our products. And here I would also like to mention the HVO, that we have also made sure that all our products are now HVO compatible. And we also fill them up. We tank them with HVO initially to encourage our customers to use HVO fuel instead of ordinary diesel. So that's a different way. So electrification is very important, but it's not the only solution for our customers to lower CO2 emissions.
Good point. And I also would like to say there, if you halve the CO2 emissions from machines sold, I mean, imagine that we have a growth target of 8% revenues per year. And yet we have, we grow well, but still we want to reduce by half. So this is a quite challenging thing. And as Camilla said, we have to encourage customers to take on more sustainable solutions as well.
Yeah, and I think that kind of adds into the CO2 emission for an operation as well. It looks really, really good, right? But we also do quite a number of acquisitions every year, and that is changing our footprint as well. So it is not an easy target. We still need to continue to work really hard, and we also have processes in place when we have acquisitions coming in. They also need to join into our decarbonization plan and making sure that they are also lowering their CO2 emissions. So it is a continued focus for us. Yeah, let's take the next one. Circularity. I have mentioned some of the initiatives we have. I think this is really important as well going forward, and making sure that you design already from the beginning, so that it is reusable, repairable, and recyclable. So there's a lot of conversations with R&D and sourcing to get the best out of that. We also have a number of other activities when it comes to prepare for second life, and they are all illustrated on this page. You can take the next, Karin. Women and the diversity, it is a challenge. Our industry is not known for having so many women, and especially when it comes to roles such as service technician, it's a really huge challenge with very, very, very few women out there. So we've set a target not only to double the number of women in operational roles, but also to have more women manager and women employees by the end of 2030. So we're making good progress. It is, however, a journey, and we also need to collaborate because with universities and different apprentices programs as well to encourage women to enter into this industry as well. I think one thing that I'm really proud of is the gender neutral parental leave policy that we launched. I think it was 2024, end of 2023, and it sounds like a minimum of 12 weeks vacation of paid parental leave. That's given for us being Swedes working in Sweden, but if you look at it worldwide, it's not. So this is really a game changer, and we had one colleague in the US. He was working for us. He got 12 weeks off, and his wife, who delivered the baby, she was employed by local school, and she had 6 weeks paid vacation. So of course, for them, this was really a game changer and very important to have a better life balance puzzle, to solve that puzzle. So I think that's really good.
And I would like to add here as well that our CEO is a female. She grew up in the company all the way to the top, and we have a female president in the management team, and our senior counsel is a woman. And here, Camilla and I, we are presenting today. And sometimes Camilla and I will sit with investors. It can be 10 of them in front of us, most of them men. And they ask how we work with diversity. well, obviously we're 2 women at least in these positions. So we do believe in having the best people in each and every position, and we have to attract the full workforce, regardless from where you are, your gender or religion or everything. We have to have the best employees to be able to be the most innovative company.
I fully agree with you, Karin. And at the same time, we also know that in certain countries, such as Mongolia, for example, women were not allowed down under. They were not allowed to work. They could work at the mine site, but only on surface. So the more highly paid works, they were down under, and they weren't able to enter into that until 2018. So we still have quite a lot of challenges worldwide on this. Safety also, we are making really good progress on safety, and we do that because we have a continuous focus on safety within the company, safety campaigns, safety trainings, and we also learn from previous mistakes. So that is a very important topic as well. Yes, you can take the next slide. Ethics. Here you see some of the results for the confirmed compliance with our code of conduct. So we measure that for managers as well as own employees, and there we have a very high attendance, 100% of manager and 98% for the rest of the employees. And then of course also making sure that our significant sales channels and significant suppliers also follow our business partner code of conduct. So this is a continuous focus for us going forward as well. Yes. Next slide. And here is the final slide, also demonstrating how we work with the sustainability goals. I think that in light of whatever is happening now with the CSRD and the omnibus and all these other discussions, we often seem to forget about the SDGs, which I think is a fantastic tool for making sure that we really drive the world towards a better place. And here are the ones that we have identified are key for us, and also demonstrating how we work in order to provide our input for these 9 goals. And then, of course, next one, if you want more information, we have the newly launched report. And here you have some indication and reading guidance on where to find the sustainability information, should you not have been doing that already. So I think we stop there, Karin, and we can take some questions if there are any.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you so much to the both of you. I would just like to remind everyone listening, we have a couple of minutes left. So if you want to send your questions, enter menti.com using the code below. Let's start off with the question from the audience.
Yes, so we have one question so far, and that is, how correlated or dependent is your Scope 3 emissions reductions with the energy mix in each country that you sell to? Can you comment on any progress in relation to that?
Yes, of course, it is very related to that. And this is something that we also closely follow, because if we have a fantastic energy mix in Sweden, that's really good. But Sweden is quite a small market for us. We need to make sure that we get the really good energy mix available to our customers also in countries such as Australia, where it looks a bit different, or the US or Canada, which are the largest markets for us. But at the same time, we also see really good pickup on that. We had one customer in Chile having difficulties with accessibility to the grid, because that's also very much the case for our customers, that they are way out in the countryside and not always being able to connect to the grid. So they decided to set up their own solar panels. And all of a sudden, they had the 3rd largest solar panel installation in that country. So we see that that's also a way of solving that challenge for our customers, that they set up their own solar panel systems as well. But definitely extremely important that the accessibility and accessibility for renewable energies is achieved out there.
And I can just mention to the big contract I said on Fortescue, the Pilbara region where they will have those electric and fully autonomous machines. It's like 3 hours flight time up to nowhere in Australia. So they will actually have solar panels and wind park. And they say the sun always shines daytime and the wind always blows at night. So they have this in the plan when they take on these big agreements. A lot of our customers are very ambitious, and I think this is great.
And we have one final question from the audience before we have to end this session, and that is, you mentioned that you've seen a drop in the margin recently, and you mentioned the circular sort of solutions they're offering. Does that mean that circular business is bad for you, or
no,
how should you interpret that?
It's good for us. To try to make it short, as soon as you have people involved in the servicing process, we have labor cost. And that's why the margin is a bit lower. Selling a spare part, high margin. Selling a spare part with a person installing it is somewhat lower margin, but it's still higher margin than the equipment margin. So keeping machines alive longer gives us more revenues and also higher margins on a group level, but it's negative in the mix versus just selling a spare part.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Camilla and Karin. And with that, we have to round up this presentation. And for everyone listening in, the next company presenting is SCA. I hope to see you at 10:45.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Handelsbanken's Sustainability Strategy Update. It's now time to turn our focus to the forest and the forest industry, with the next presenting company being SCA. And as you might have seen so far, we'll start off with the presentation about 15-20 minutes, and then we'll open up for Q&A. And you can ask your questions by going on to menti.com and filling in the code that you see on the screen during both the presentation and also during the Q&A. So make sure to post any questions that you might have, and we'll make sure to ask them for you. And with that, we're very happy to be joined by Per Funkqvist, who is Vice President Sustainability at SCA. Please go ahead, Per. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being invited, and thank you for being able to be in this session. So happy for that. I think next slide, please, so that we can show the agenda maybe. There we have it. Thank you. So my name, Per Funkqvist, Vice President in SCA. What I'm about to present during this upcoming 20 minutes is just a few words about SCA in short. Then starting out from the sustainability platform, where we are, showing you some of the basic KPIs that comes out from this sustainability work that we're doing. And then wrap it up by showing the new ISO standard, taking care of all the climate benefits that comes out from forest and then also the wood-based products. Yes, so let's start. Next slide, please. This is SCA. Yeah, here we have it. So SCA today, Europe's largest private forest owner, holds 2.7 million hectares of well-managed forests, mostly in the northern part of Sweden, where we have the absolute majority of all the forest assets. But also, from a couple of years ago, we have started to invest into more forest area in the Baltics, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. We have about 80,000 hectares of forest in either one of those three Baltic states. We have then connected to these forest assets. We have built an industrial network, 5 sawmills, 2 pulp mills, 2 liner mills that produces liner, that is the basic content to corrugated board. We have our own plant nursery where we produce plants so we can regenerate the forest. We hold a lot of wind power plants, and just recently, late last year, we started up a co-ownership of a biorefinery in Gothenburg. So this is just the basics about what SCA is today. Next slide, please. And what do we do then? Well, to start with, we grow forests. And forests grow out of, I think you all know, water, CO2, sunlight. We have the photosynthesis. And from that comes a lot of biomass. And the biomass is then transported in different ways into the different industry facilities that we own. So the bottom part of what we harvest turns into sawlogs. That is the most valuable part of the what comes out from the forest. Then we have pulpwood coming out also from the forest, more or less as a byproduct from our timber producing forest management system, so to say. And then we have the top part of the tree that is basically bioenergy. But the bottom part, the sawlogs, goes into the sawmills. About 50% of the log is turned into board and planks, then turned into furniture, building material, etc. 35% is cellulose wood chips, like a byproduct, goes into the pulp and paper industries. And from the pulp industry, we then have pulpwood, like the byproduct from forestry. We have wood chips, like a byproduct from the sawmills. And from those two products, we are producing pulp and containerboard. There are also byproducts coming out from that industry. For instance, pine oil, black liquor, bark, etc. This ecosystem of industries and forestry is basically like a self-generating system. So the mills are basically 95% fossil-free, and byproducts are turned into other renewable products. And for instance, the pine oil, that is the product that goes down to Gothenburg, turned into biofuel. For instance, sustainable aviation fuel and also biodiesel, HVO. Next slide. Yeah, that one. Yes, and all of this is, I mean, where to put the different balance points, where to make the decisions is made out of from this sustainability platform that we're working with. Now, next slide. And this is how it looks. Two like basic parts down below. We of course need profitable growth to be able to attract investors and to be profitable. Otherwise, we will have no business in the long run. Also, the people employed and the values we create together is also quite fundamental to have this company running. We then have 4 sustainability pillars called fossil-free world, valuable forests, efficient use of resources, and then viable communities, viable local communities. So from this we have like built our story, our targets, and also all the way down to specific KPIs. And on the next upcoming slides, I will just show some of these KPIs. For instance, we have this one relating to people and the value-based culture. We have this net zero target where we will hopefully in the long run end up with no injuries at all in our forestry operations, sawmills, pulp and paper factories, and so on. So we started like 15 years ago with like 12, it's called LTEFR, lost time accidents or lost times accident or injuries per frequency rate. That is often calculated 1 injury per 1 million working hours. And a couple of years back we were at 12, and now we're getting down to 3. And in the long run we have a zero commitment, so we will be eventually down to 0. That's our absolute ambition. Next slide, please. Yeah. Then when it comes to the other sustainable pillar, we have the one called valuable forests. And here we are following the trends for biodiversity. I mean, we have 2.7 million hectares of forest land, so our responsibility in this area, biodiversity, is huge. Because of that, we have a big influence of biodiversity. And we have set up a lot of targets related to this. And then we are, of course, following the result, the outcome of our work. And this is data that comes out from the Swedish National Forest Inventory that is being done each year. And from that big data, we have extracted the data that is only connected to SCA. And then we are following different KPIs that we know are very, very important for biodiversity in the forest areas. So, for instance, we follow the amount of dead wood. We are following indicators such as large broadleaf trees, like deciduous trees. We are following the volume of broadleaf trees. Also, the amount of old forest or old forest according to specific definitions. And we see good opportunities to continue this trend for the upcoming years. Next, please. Also, when it comes to forestry, but in this time connected to the sustainable pillar called fossil-free world, our our very ambitious targets set on silviculture and growing forests has, of course, made us be able to both grow our forest assets when it comes to the amount of standing stock in the forest, but also at the same time being able to continue to increase the harvest. And from the harvest comes bio-based renewable products that are replacing less climate-friendly options. So this is good for both increasing the carbon in the forest and also being able to produce more renewable products. And this two picture shows on the left the harvesting in the past and our ambition and targets for the upcoming years. And then the right slide shows the standing stock of biomass or standing timber stock in the forest. And so we are able to each year both increase harvest a little bit and also able to increase the standing stock in the forest. And similar slides can be shown also on the national level for Sweden. We started to measure the forests 1923, and from that year, we have actually been able to increase the amount of wood in the Swedish forest by about 100%. So we've doubled the amount of forest in Sweden during the last 100 years. Yes, we take the next one. So the things that I just briefly described a bit is also now it's also now being presented in a new ISO standard that was launched or at least voted on during just a couple of months ago, I think 1.5 months. So now the ISO standard called ISO 13391 is ready. And that standard is like a way how to calculate the benefits of the value chain in forestry and for forest-based products. And the ISO standard basically takes care of all these 4 pillars, so to say. Growing forests binds carbon dioxide. Then in the value chain, we have still some emissions, even though we have been working from the 60s, 70s, 80s in the forest industry in Sweden and in SCA. So the industries are today about 95% fossil free, but still we have emissions in the value chain. So those are, of course, in the calculation. Then the next one, as it is described here as number 3, is that these renewable forest-based products replaces more non-renewable products, could be coming from the fossil side. So we have this replacement factor here. And then some of the products that are produced are linked to like solid wood. So some of the products are turned into buildings, solid wood products, furniture, flooring, etc. So that is like stored for a long time also as a finished product. And all of these calculations are now being presented in this ISO 13391 standard. And we think this will be quite helpful for the forest industry to show all the contributions that are made to transform to a fossil-free world. And these numbers, as you see, it's related to SCA, and only one company like SCA, even though we are a big company, we as a single company actually offsets more than 1/4 of all the Swedish emissions from the land sector. I mean, that we have in Sweden. So quite amazing. And then some short examples. We can take the next one. Since this is a generic standard, it's not an SCA product in any way. I have some examples here that it's not maybe relating to the SCA, but it's to just show some of the examples that are when we can replace more fossil hard alternatives with paper or board. And here we have the tin can be replaced by a paper can. Plastic wraps can be transformed and then instead being wrapped up by paper. And because this has been this work with the ISO standard has been with a lot of other Swedish and also international companies all around the world. So just showing some examples of when we can replace traditional products with the paper-based products. And the next slide shows products more coming from SCA, from our sawmills, showing some examples here that how wood-based material has a much lower fossil footprint than more traditional materials such as concrete, steel, aluminium, etc., that are used for furniture building. So it's actually so that in average, building houses or constructions made out of wood has an 8-time lower impact than these traditional construction materials. Yes, next one. Final picture here. These are some examples of where we are relating to this sustainable pillar called a fossil-free world. We're working quite actively in the windmill industry, so to say, producing more and more wind power plants. And today, about 20% of all the installed wind power is located on SCA land area. As mentioned, 95% of the industries that we have, they are fossil-free by 95%. And also mentioned, but I think it is nice in this session to mention again, is that late last year we started up a biorefinery together with ST1 that produces sustainable aviation fuel and HVO from products coming from the byproduct from the SCA pulp mills. And also, finally, we are Sweden's second largest producer of energy pellets. Thank you.
All right, I think then we'll open up for some questions, and how you post those is by going on menti.com and then you fill in the code, which is 29818662. So make sure to ask any questions that you might have and we'll help you ask those. But I'll kick up with one question, and that is something that's been heavily discussed in Swedish media, at least in recent times, and it's regarding the FSC certification of forest management. SCA recently sent a letter to FSC International saying that you're contemplating to leaving the certification for the Swedish forest management by the latest of 1st of June if you don't see some changes that you don't think is working at the moment. Can you give us a status update on that one? Have you taken a decision yet, or are you leaning towards this actually going to be something you leave, or what's going on there?
Yeah, I understand. I was expecting that one actually. No, exactly. I mean, yes, SCA was one of the first companies in Sweden to get certified in '99, and Sweden also as a country was one of the first ones out. So we have been FSC certified for the last 26 years now. And then we have, of course, seen how the system has developed, and the letter that is also posted on our webpage. So it's we have full transparency there. You can enter the webpage and you can read the letter that we sent. That gives you the information of the challenges that we see. But coming back to your question, where are we in the process? Well, we have been having these discussions with FSC for the last 2.5, 3 years, actually. So, but now when we are facing this date of 1st of June, of course, this gets more in the public. But it's from our side, it's a process that has been for more than almost 3 years, actually. So we are with them in this process. Well, We have had meetings with FSC International, and we've had meetings with FSC Sweden, and also trying to reach and connect with other important stakeholders in this. It's difficult to say exactly where we are, because we are in meetings and we have different sessions planned ahead. So we have, of course, reached some consensus when it comes to, for instance, one of the concerns that we have raised is that the forest owners has a very little influence in the system today. That is one part that we think it's very important for SCA to be able to influence FSC. But we think it's maybe even more important for FSC as a system to not exclude the forest owners from the system. And I think we got some good response on that one. So that is, I'm a little bit optimistic on that, at least.
Just to clarify, when you mean excluded, because you are a member of the FSC and you're part of one of the chambers. But what do you mean by being excluded?
Excluded when it comes to the possibility to vote on specific motions or questions, because today on the international level, the forest owner has just a small amount of percent of the votes. Maybe this becomes a bit technical, but FSC has like a governance model with a chamber balance system, and in the economical system where all the companies are in, the forest owners now only represent less than 5% of those votes. So when we see upcoming ideas, upcoming motions, things that we should vote upon, then the forest owner has a very very small possibilities to influence. So that's what I meant. So maybe not totally excluded. That was maybe to exaggerate a bit, but yeah. So.
And then a final follow-up just before we take a question from the audience. What would you need to see from FSC to not go ahead on the 1st of June to stop certifying? What can they do?
Well, we think that they must at least realize and acknowledge the problems that we face. We think that when it comes to the proportions of different companies, we had this rule that 5% of your assets you were able to transform into maybe solar cell parks or windmill farms, etc. But then all of a sudden there were like a restriction of just 1,000 hectares. And that one is, of course, very tricky for us, almost owning 3 million hectares. I mean, 1,000 hectares is perceived maybe as a big area in some senses, but not if you are one of the world's largest forest owner. Then 1,000 hectares is basically nothing. So maybe we would like to see some understanding of that. You must, maybe we want them to be a little bit more down to earth when it comes to knowing your certified companies.
So it's not that they need to change the criteria by then, but they need to show that they're willing to listen to what you have to say. Is that a correct interpretation?
Yeah, yes, you can say that.
Yeah. Okay. And then we have a couple of questions from the audience.
Yes, we have 2 questions from the audience, but they are on the same theme, so I thought we can bundle them up. But it's regarding the substitute question. When you calculate the CO2 replacement figure of 7.4 million ton, are you including all of your products or only those that are directly substituting fossil-based materials? And then also, how do you determine whether a sold product actually replaces a fossil-based alternative in practice?
Yeah. Yes. Well, these are actually details that I can only respond to in a very generic way, because I wasn't involved in creating this ISO 13391 standard. But it's not. But the first question is, it's not only what replaces fossil; it's also what replaces products that has a higher CO2 footprint. So, for instance, the picture I showed with the aluminium tin can. I mean, aluminium is not fossil based, but aluminium I mean, melting aluminium and producing tin cans has a higher CO2 footprint than the board cans, so to say. So no, it's not only what replaces. It's not only about, like, for instance, biofuel made of biofuel contra fossil fuel. It's also taking the whole life cycle analysis into this on different product levels.
Do you know any example of products that are not included in this substitution effect calculation that doesn't qualify? Do you know any example of that?
No, I don't. Sorry.
Okay.
I can get back to you on that if you need like a product list.
We have another question, I think.
Yes, and it's about the contorta tall. I'm sorry, I don't have the English word for that, but maybe you can help me out there. But the question is whether there is a plan or not to stop using this, and how many % of the trees that SCA plants that are this kind of tree.
The contorta pine tree that are planted in many areas in the northern part of Sweden has shown to be a very good tree species when you plant it on the correct land areas. In the beginning, in the 50s, 50s, 60s, 70s, maybe not 50s, but at least many years ago. The knowledge about this wasn't great. So there were a couple of bad examples when we planted contorta on the wrong land, so to say. But now we have figured out when it works and when it doesn't work. So if we do it correctly, you have a higher growth of about 30, sometimes even 40% higher growth. And that, of course, contributes to a lot of positive things. But coming to the question again, yes, we have had for many years. I don't know exactly how many because I'm quite newly employed in SCA, but we have an ambition to reach about 15% of contorta pine on our productive forest land. And that, if you take that percentage and then you calculate it on the total land area, we are down to maybe 11% or so, because the amount of productive land area is of course less. And we have been down a little bit during the last years, but we have plans to in the long run come up to this 15%, and that includes coming from this maybe today, I think about 14 plus something, so 14.2 or something, and then we are trying to come up to 15 for the upcoming. I think it's to 2030, something like that.
And do you see in relation to that, there's a lot of new regulations on the EU level. We have the deforestation regulation, nature restoration law, and such. Is there anything in that regard that could sort of changing the species that you plant?
Yes, there can be, but not as we plan it, because you are not allowed, according to those regulations, you are not allowed to like harvest primary forests or old growth and then replace it with plantations or like natural forest turned into plantations. So we must of course make sure that we are not using these tree species in areas that is not allowed, for sure. So that is you can plant contorta when there is a plantation already there. So it's basically that.
But you still see that this 15% is achievable, given that you can sort of manage that.
Yes.
Okay, we have another question.
Yes, so a follow-up on the substitute effect. How do you take in circularity into this calculation? For example, aluminium can be recycled many more times than paper without quality loss.
Yeah. Yes, and I mean, this is in this life cycle analysis, and I'm sorry for not being able to maybe provide an answer going down to a very detailed level, because I don't have that knowledge. So sorry for that. But I mean, products coming from the primary fiber industry as I mentioned, is 95% fossil free. So the footprint is very low. Then when you, I mean, it's very good to recycle. It's very good to recycle both plastics, aluminium, and of course also paper and board products. But what happens in that in those industries is that they are often or basically very seldom um, very seldom the energy comes from renewable products. So the footprint of melting down aluminium for each cycle is very high. Instead of products coming from the primary forest industry with all the energy comes from the tree itself, so it's bio-based. So I know that those calculations are in these displacement factors, that when we are looking into the different products, it's not so that we are constantly comparing with bringing up new aluminium from the ground. We are also taking in consideration that it is of course a recyclable and product, so to say.
And as a final and very brief question, perhaps also a brief answer, you mentioned the different parts where you can substitute fossil-based or other heavy-emitting materials. Which sort of sector or product do you see the most potential in right now? Is it the sustainable aviation fuels or is it something else?
I think, I mean, this is, I mean, when we invested in this biorefinery in Gothenburg, we had this Swedish called reduktionsplikt, and maybe there are a lot of Swedish investors here, so you know the word that I was using just now. So this is so difficult to say because of the what will happen from the regulatory side, because investing in bio-based energy is depending on how will the regulations look like in the future. But we definitely hope that we will be able to expand our business area called renewable energy, and that there will be like a very stable, good foundation that really helps us to take this step to further, I mean, do further investments into the bioenergy sector. And for sure, sustainable aviation fuel is a very interesting area. And I mean, electrifying air transportation is maybe the most difficult ones. And by that, maybe sustainable aviation fuel is as it looks today, maybe the only realistic alternative. So sustainable aviation fuel, but also HVO, we think is great products for the future. Let's hope it will be included in the political agenda so that we can find confident in doing these investments.
Thank you, Per. I think that will have to be the final word of this session. Thank you very much, Per, for an interesting presentation and a discussion. And next up, we have Hexagon at 11:30, so Central European time. So I'll see you then.
Welcome back to our Sustainability Strategy webinar and our session together with Hexagon, where we are very pleased to be joined by Eva Carranza, Head of ESG and Sustainability. My name is Lina Blume and I will be moderating this session together with my colleague Melissa Makovic. We will begin as usual with a presentation followed by a Q&A session, and we encourage you to take the opportunity to ask questions, which you do by going into menti.com and entering the code 298186662 and enter your questions there. With that said, welcome again Eva, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lina. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Eva Carranza, and I'm heading the sustainability and ESG topics for Hexagon. And Hexagon is a global leader in digital reality solutions, and we combine sensors and software to basically improve efficiency, safety, and enhance productivity in more than 27 industries. And I'll give you an overview, first of all, of our sustainability topics and how they are ingrained in our strategy as a business. So we basically have two main pillars and sides of our sustainability work. The first pillar is the change that we create, where we take responsibilities for the impacts that we have directly upon our value chain. And here we have topics like improving sustainability across the overall operations that we have. This is where our net zero roadmap gets into place, where we have improvements in terms of resource efficiency, and also where we have improvements specifically with dealing with key suppliers. We also have within our change, or the change that we directly are creating, the topics about all our employees and distribution partners and how the performance of the different functions needs to be fully inclusive, and also look at the responsibility that we have within the specific communities as well as the specific industries that we operate. And then I move towards the left-hand side of the pillar, where we have the change we empower. This is the biggest impact where we have topics that are directly linked to the use of our specific solutions in all the industries that we serve. Here we have efficiency, productivity, and safety as key drivers of improvements. And we're focusing here on the quality aspects of the processes of the specific industries and customer personas to be able to drive that decarbonization and dematerialization as well as safety at scale. And we also have, which is very important, the topic of empowering the specific industries. And not only the industries that we are already operating with, but we are trying to use our technology to be able to solve different challenges that are outside the industries where we operate. And here we do that with our investment arm, our Revolution. Now, following our main vision of empowering this change, we have in the topics directly linked to the impact that we create, we have specific time-bound goals. We start by the topic of achieving women in leadership position of 30%, which would be by end of this year. Then we have all the net zero roadmap related initiatives, which start to be taking place from 2027 all the way to 2050, where we have their target of SBTi validated being net zero in the full supply chain. And a very much underlying goal is driving sustainable outcomes through our solutions. And this is quite important because that has been the key that we have been focusing on in the last 2 years. I will come back to this topic of our solutions later on in the presentation. So we've created that roadmap on net zero and committed to specific goals externally. And this was done already 2 years back. And we have been tracking on these topics, on the specific changes that we are creating. And here in this slide, I want to just give an overview of what are the impacts that we are already seeing. So what have we achieved already? Last year, we have received the validation of the SBTi targets, both on the net zero long-term targets, but as well on the short-term target. We have already managed 8% reduction of Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. and we have managed a 2% reduction on Scope 3 emissions. What is also important on the environmental side is that we have started a framework internally to make sure that we are able to quantify the specific impact that the solution that we bring to the market are creating in the customer hands. And here we have already quantified certain parts of the portfolio in what we call the avoided emissions, specifically looking at CO2. We have increased the ratio that we have of renewables within the operations, and we have also been able to increase the ratio of company vehicles that are full electric. We have also made some modest progress on the social-related indicators, specifically on underrepresented genders, and we have also enhanced our policies and our guidance internally, including trainings on specific items that we believe are very important from both social and governance topics. Here, the most important ones have been cybersecurity, code of business conduct, improvements on terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion, including guidance for managers and specific team members, as well as a core curriculum program regarding artificial intelligence, not only in how we implement it in our solutions, but also on how everyone within the organization could use it to improve the way they do their job, and also how to safeguard themselves to be able to be much more accurate, and also be able to safeguard themselves in terms of what are the hallucinations that the programs could give. We have also on the aspects of governance been able to improve our supplier engagement tools. So we are a very decentralized company that has supplier engagement programs in each of the specific divisions. And what we've been doing in the last year is also to be able to bring the learnings from each of the divisions together and have all implemented within one specific platform to be able to ensure that suppliers can also engage with us and be able to follow up on their development plans. Now, when I move towards the change we create, that's really our internal topics. We have, in that last 2 years, we have started to have different items that we follow, depending on whether that's related directly to employees or whether it's related to the energy that we're using in the operations or company vehicles, topics related directly to nature, be it water or biodiversity or waste, or topics that are related to our products, not only development, but also manufacture and end of life of the products, and also what goes upstreams from our value chain on the suppliers. And we have specific time-related activities that we're tracking. So up to 2024, you can see there are already the achievements that we have implemented. And this is like the follow-up for this year up to 2030. One of the key aspects for 2025 is expanding the role that we have been considering already on the supplier and internal side to be able to cover the full value chain. So to be able to also integrate our distribution partners and the specific stakeholders that we have outside of our direct control into this due diligence process. We've been able to include the aspects of updates on policies, but also having a much more systematic risk assessment level to be able to include more stakeholders in the identification of specific risk factors. And we're working together with the specific functions, be it procurement, be it sometimes sales, and sometimes direct business unit managers to implement the improvement roadmaps. The idea is to also be able to track that implementation from next year onwards and to make sure that we can improve what, to make it as a continuous improvement program, that it can always be taking the next level of engagement. Now I'm moving to the right side of our pillars, which is where we believe we have the biggest impact. And this is where we have most of our focus as a company. And this is the change that we empower. And these are the things that we work on so that our products at the hands of the specific customers can generate a positive impact. The first and most important impact for us is the aspect of safety. So several of our divisions have the topic of safety very close at heart when we talk about what are the actual value that the solutions brings in the customer hands. When we talk about safety, we have solutions that are being specifically tailored to the environment where the industry is operating. One of the challenges is not only in mining, but also in construction, which are key industries for us. And here we have solutions that put people first without the specific business suffering in terms of efficiency or reduction on results in terms of profitability. So here is really making sure that you can use the information that the sensors capture, as well as the information that you can generate using artificial intelligence tools to be able to assess what are the best outcomes on a given situation at real time. And obviously these systems that are in many cases integrated in the tractors, or it can be also in the demolition equipment. Sometimes it's also as well systems that are wearables on people's. They are extremely important because they basically not only enhance the knowledge of what it's going on and where are your assets, including personnel, but also it can already foreseen whether you have specific risk situations, and it can even take control over the equipment to stop certain operations or to make sure that the vehicle, for example, stops before colliding with something. Also, it can make sure that the specific situations, if you are in a condition that might be at risk, like an open mine pit, you can then assess the slope monitoring to ensure that there is no fall of rocks. Or if you, for example, are in a trailing dam, you can make sure that the stability of the infrastructure is good enough to make sure the safety of the people on site and in the surroundings. Another topic that is very important for us is the aspect of decarbonization. And here decarbonization, it's really tied hand in hand with the efficiency that we bring across the different industries we serve. We have started to look at how these different product lines are supporting customers in terms of material consumption, utilities, being energy or being, it can be electricity, it can also be fuel, it can be even water, and also labor productivity improvements. And what we are doing is trying to understand what is our solution bringing in terms of value after being implemented, and what was the fallback position. In many cases, this fallback position is just the industry standard, depending on the level of adoption of the specific solution and the level of maturity of that market. And what we're doing is trying to understand what is that gap. And that gap specifically is what we call the avoided emissions. So we're basically translating the information in terms of material use, in terms of lower electricity usage, or in terms of less people having to travel to a specific site, in tons of CO2 avoided. We have several of our industries already mapped and already quite a significant part of our portfolio. And here I have just listed a couple of those examples. One of the examples is about using a tool that will actually map the specific areas in the city. And once we have the mapping well, we can leverage the information, the geospatial information, to very much predict where is it that most of the vehicles would have the optimal location for charging. And this is super important because with the transition to more electrified transport, we need more and more spots for these locations. And we believe this also enables the transition to be accelerated. So what we are doing is that in the locations where we have this solution that has been already implemented, we have compared those specific locations with locations very similar in terms of density and demographics. And we've been able then to map what is the difference in terms of intake of electric vehicle versus the other alternative. Another example is how our design and engineering solutions are also being used to be able to optimize certain components in the wind turbine gearbox. And here, with this optimization, we're able to see then how much more energy the specific wind turbine can create. And this is extremely important because in great parts of the efficiency of the renewables depends on that energy that it's being created on the gearbox. So once we optimize the gearbox design, we can improve the amount of megawatt hour that the specific turbine will give. And then you can increase the energy that comes from renewables in the specific market. This is just one of the examples in China, but we have this in different markets already mapped. So that brings me to the last part of our strategy. We have started to understand, our first years on trying to quantify the impact that we have has been really understanding how exactly does it make the difference between the solution and what the customer does. How is it improving the specific workflow of the customer? And then once we have understood that, we have tried to understand what would have been the alternative so that we can understand where are the industries that have the highest improvement potential. And those industries that we have already then mapped, now we are trying to understand how do we then increase the uptake in those industries with the highest improvement potential. As I mentioned, decarbonizations go hands in hands with electrification, which is a great part of our customers, also as well with construction and mining. Now, the second level that we have is how do we create awareness, not only in using those solutions that are already existing, but also to understand how is it that our current portfolio is going to need to develop so that we can tackle the challenge of ESG or sustainability, specifically looking at decarbonization, nature, resilience, and safety on the industries where we operate for the coming 10 years. And here we're talking about how do we then increase our modeling capabilities and how do we include already within the development process of the specific product line information and features on the products that will support a transition to a much more resilient topic, an improvement in terms of green spaces, and even going towards circularity. So even going towards the way that we construct, not only in terms of for today, but also to be able to be flexible enough to be reused. That is all from my side. Please feel free to download our sustainability report. There is quite many more of the customer cases and also quite much details regarding the specific tracks that we have, both the change that we create internally and how we're trying to empower the ecosystems of industries where we operate.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Eva, for an interesting presentation. We will now continue to the Q&A, and I want to remind the audience once again that you can submit questions by going into menti.com and entering the code on the screen, and we really encourage you to take the opportunity to ask your questions. And with that said, I believe we can start off with some questions that are already submitted.
Yes, they are. So starting off with the avoided emissions framework, there's one question asking whether this is something that is used to sell products to clients, and also how interested are the customers in decreasing emissions right now, and has this changed over the past 6 months?
Yeah, it's excellent question. So we do use the avoided emissions framework directly with the customers. So there is 3 questions there. Do we use it directly with the customers? Yes, we use it. In many cases, it's actually part of the tender documents. Whenever we're having a big project, they would like to understand what would be the difference that we could make with the set of solutions that we're proposing. So that is being done, let's say, up front. But we are also using it to support customers understand. Customers that have been in our portfolio for many years, they had not yet had these quantifications at hand. So they are also able to understand with that quantification how much better had they been, if they had been better. I mean, there are some solutions that just don't have that big change because they're maybe market average. And then there is, I showed a graph, which is pretty much like the solution scenario and then the reference scenario. If there is a case where we have a solution that it's actually the reference scenario because everyone is doing pretty much the same and we don't have a unique selling proposition, in that case, there is no value. But in many of the cases, the solution that we are offering, it's better. And that efficiency gain that the customer gets, it's interesting for them. So they don't see it. What we are seeing now is, especially in the last 6 months, it's not that they see it in terms of, yes, I want to reduce the CO2 per se, but we are able then to show what is the change. And of course, the end value for us is tons of CO2 that I show on the slides, but it's also reduction of number of scrap metal or reduction in terms of fuel usage. And all of those items that they are generating there as data information, that gives them insights on how much they could potentially optimize by extending the solution scope. So they are still quite interested, if not only from the CO2 perspective, they're more interested from the fact that it helps them quantify against their CO2 levels, but it also helps them optimize their efficiency in terms of cost reduction.
And a follow-up question on that is whether these calculated avoided emissions are reviewed by an independent third party.
Yes, so they are reviewed by a third party, independent. I don't know if you could. I mean, it's a third party. It's a Carbon Trust. They have they are leading in the market regarding avoided emissions and quantification of CO2 footprint for different industries. It's a third party consultancy company. I don't know if independent I meant because we have tasked Carbon Trust to challenge our methodology. So they have been reviewing those quantifications that we have done. They have they first of all support us in developing the methodology specifically for our industries. So we base the methodology on the standard WBCSD, so World Business Council for Sustainable Development Avoided Emissions Frameworks, because we believe this is the most standardized externally, and we basically follow those guidance. But we tailor that methodology to be able to specifically determine how do we quantify it for the use cases that we see in our industries. And that methodology has been reviewed and approved and improved first by Carbon Trust, and they've also reviewed the cases that we have quantified. So they have also challenged the way that we have been able to quantify this.
Perfect, thank you. Another question that we got is whether the focus on due diligence in 2025 is driven by the EU regulation, Corporate Due Diligence Directive.
Yes, exactly. It's in great part focused on that. So we want to be upfront than the requirements. So what we have seen is with the engagement with suppliers, which we started some years back, is that it does take quite a lot of time to be able to implement things, because it's not that we have 100 suppliers, it's that we have 10,000s of suppliers. So we have actually taken the step forward to be able to be ready up front. And that's why we are following all the OECD guidance to be able to implement them in advance and be able to be more, I would say you're never able to hold your full supply chain, but at least much more comfortable at understanding the risk that you have, so that we can properly define some mitigating actions.
Perfect. And another question that we got is, what will be the most important for you in order to decrease your Scope 3 emissions? What will be the focus?
Suppliers of hardware. That's the biggest focus for us. So we have in Scope 3, it's, as in many of our type of industries, it's more than 90% of our total scope emissions, I mean, of our full corporate footprint. And within that, we have roughly 30% that is suppliers. And that's why they are directly linked to our net zero roadmap. So we have started to have discussions with suppliers regarding their level of involvement and the possibilities that they have for reduction. And we have started to have workshops with them where we are also discussing about how could potentially circularity help them improve their emissions so that our scope 3 are reduced. On a second level, we have the aspects of logistics. So in many of our divisions, logistics also has a significant role, not only inbound logistics from the suppliers, how we get topics, but also what happens over the full lifetime of that product. In many cases, our products are recalibrated and then they're sent to customers, but then they need to come back to us every now and then. So we are also having a program with the logistic focus where we try to optimize not only how we receive things, but also how we ship it to customers, and also try to optimize the way and the locations at which the overall calibrations and service of our products and solutions are being done.
And another question that popped in is, given the exposure that you have to the defense sector, is it something that the sustainability team monitors, having in mind people first focus and potentially negative impacts on that specific industry?
Yeah, it's something that we also focus as part of the overall governance level on the ESG front.
Thank you. And then a question from me. We are seeing some pushback on climate action and diversity in markets such as the US. Has this shift in any way affected your sustainability agenda, would you say?
Short answer is no, it has not shifted the agenda per se. And the reason why it has not shifted the agenda is because we have been of the opinion that these topics should not be used, like diversity, equity, and inclusion, or even climate, as a topic for positive discrimination. Or for doing things that are not directly linked to business efficiency. So all the actions that we have taken internally are because we believe inclusion is it's a must to be able to be successful within our industries. We are a technology company. We are deeply ingrained in all the R&D topics. And for us, innovation is key. And we are diverse because our set of customers is extremely diverse and because internally our workforce is extremely diverse. And we believe that that inclusion of the diverse teams that we already have are key. We have never used the topic of diversity, equity, and inclusion to create any type of positive discrimination. And you may have seen in the sustainability report, we are at very high risk of missing the target that we have for women in executive leadership positions. But we still believe that business decisions should be fair to the business so that they are also sustainable on the long term. And it's exactly the same on the topic of climate. Our decisions in terms of climate change is because we believe they are extremely important for us as a business on the long term. When we have committed to the net zero target, it was because we believe that we can be a better company if we implement the reduction initiatives that we have mapped. And those reductions initiatives, at least up to 2030, have been properly mapped, understanding which is the type of business unit that needs to put what kind of consideration or investment or reduction of, it can be fleet of vehicles. In some cases, it's also a switch of specific fuels. But all of those have been properly mapped before we did the validation part. And they make business decisions simply because they are directly linked to the operating costs. And we will get a positive payback in all of them.
Perfect, thank you. And with those words, we are concluding this session. So thanks again, Eva, very much for joining us today with a good presentation and an even better discussion. We will now be going on a lunch break. So we will be back at 1 o'clock with our session with Essity. So we'll see you back then. Thank you very much.
Hi, and warm welcome back to today's Sustainability Strategy Update here at Handelsbanken. My name is Melissa Makovic, and with me I have my colleague Josefin Johansson. For the next 15 to 20 minutes, we'll be hearing a presentation from Essity on its latest sustainability insights, and after that we will have a Q&A session where you listening in can participate by sending in your questions through menti.com and entering the code 29818662. Yes, and so we have Essity with us today. More specifically, we have Anna Brudowski, Vice President Public Affairs, and Rebecca Dominguez, Director IR. Warm welcome to both of you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So I will start. So I am Rebecca Dominguez, part of Investor Relations at Essity. And I will start by giving you more of a brief introduction to Essity as a company so that we have that platform before I then hand over to Anna to talk more specifically about our sustainability work. So Essity is a global leading hygiene and health company. And as such, sustainability is inherently part of our core of what we do. 2024, we had net sales of 146 billion SEK across 150 countries. And every day we touch 1 billion people with our products. About 60% of our sales is in Europe, and the majority of the remaining part is more or less equally divided between North America and Latin America. We have 70 production facilities, and typically our products are rather bulky and therefore costly to transport. So in general, we have production close to our customers and consumers. And we have 36,000 employees around the world. And we are divided then into 3 business areas. And this division is made based on who our customer are, who are we selling to. So if we start with health and medical, that's 20% of our business. And here we have incontinence products. And then for institutional customers like elderly care homes or hospitals and so on. And then in this business area, we also have wound care, both acute wound care and advanced wound care for more chronic wounds. We have compression garment and we have orthopedics. So that's health and medical. If we move on to consumer goods, that's our biggest business area. And you see that here we also have incontinence products, but then for the retail trade. So here the customer is like Walmart or Carrefour or ICA and so on. We also have feminine care, so liners, pads. We have baby diapers and baby wipes. And then we also have consumer tissue. So that's consumer goods. And then finally, we have professional hygiene. And this is our Tork brand. And you find this in airports, restaurants, hotels, schools, and so on. And so these are our 3 business areas. And a key feature for Essity across those is our very strong brands with leading market positions. And I mentioned Tork for professional hygiene, where we are leading globally. We also have Tenna for incontinence products, but you also probably recognize others that you see here, like Libresse, Libro, Tempo, so very strong brands. And where we choose to be, where we choose to compete in that market with that category, we want to be leading. And we are number 1 or number 2 in 90% of our branded sales. If we look at the market where we are, the global health and hygiene market, we have global macro trends that is driving an underlying growth of that market. We have in general rising, if we look at a global level, rising levels of disposable income, then meaning that more people will spend more money on health and hygiene products. We also have an aging population, and an aging population that also wants to be more active. And this also increases the demand for our products, maybe incontinence products, wound care, etc. And then unfortunately, we also have a rise of chronic conditions, diabetes, arthritis, and so on. And then finally, higher awareness of well-being and the importance of well-being, and also how better health and hygiene plays into that. So overall, the market where we are is growing based on these trends. And I started by saying that sustainability is very much interlinked with what we do as a company, and also a key feature in how we drive profitable growth. So if we look at our priorities for 2025 that we set, we emphasize volume growth, taking market positions, efficiency, and so on. But one of these 5 priority bullets that we have here for 2025 is actually also continued progress on ESG. So just to illustrate that this is really something that is important for us, both for the planet, but also for the business. So with that, I will stop there and leave the word to Anna, who will then go more into our sustainability work specifically.
Yes, thank you, Vivica. And yes, so I will then take you a little bit more through into the depth of what Vivica then said, that sustainability is integrated in all we do. So whilst we are very committed, as you just heard, to improve hygiene and health around the globe, we do want to do that, of course, in a responsible way, and managing the environmental resources that we use, and of course also do this in a socially responsible way. And whilst we then, of course, also create then long-lasting value, both for society, but of course also then for shareholders. And in this slide here in front of you, you will then see our commitment to the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals that were taken about 10 years ago, actually. And back then we did an inventory of these goals. It was sort of an invitation from society to industries to also contribute and play a role in driving these things forward for the planet and for people and societies, whilst actually also developing business value, of course. And we have done our assessment of these, and we can see that at least 6 of these are very highly integrated into what our business. And they have inspired our way of setting sustainability for us. Quite early on, we saw that it's clearly the environmental impact that we have when it comes to responsible consumption and production, the climate actions we're taking, and of course also life on land. But also early on, we saw sustainability also from a social perspective. And here, not the least, we also see some business drivers for us, like good health, and then of course the areas around gender equality and clean water and sanitation, closely connected to what we do. And here we have also, of course, have close collaboration with the United Nations Global Compact that gather, of course, a lot of different industries and companies together with the different societal institutions to drive sort of forward the change here that we're trying to see. As I said, this has inspired also us setting our own strategy to sustainability. And if we go to the next page, we will see a part of how we have actually developed our sustainability playing field, or our sustainability strategy, you could say. Here you see our priorities. And this is really our strategic foundation for all we're trying to do here. We try to make sure that sustainability is integrated in everything we do. And it's been like that for a long time. But it's also a sort of a strategic foundation for shaping and directing also every action that we take. And we're trying, as I've said before, to reduce our impact in the environment and also drive the societal and social agenda, whilst then driving commercial success. And we will deep dive into some of these different areas. We can see here, of course, that emissions, the whole climate impact is a key important factor for us to work on. Forest and fiber comes as a source for many of our products. Plastics and the waste that some of our products that are single use are generating, and the usage of water that we have very often in our production, especially producing tissue. But then, of course, the social part of the sustainability agenda, where hygiene and health and well-being, as you heard from Vivica, is one of our key features, of course, from a business perspective. But of course, driving product safety, ensuring that this is done in a safe and a healthy way for our own employees in our supply chains. And everything we do is then done in a business ethical and respecting human rights. And not the least, of course, to continue to ensure we drive an inclusive and a diverse and equal society in where we touch this. And if we then go to the next page, you will see that we do this, of course, with high ambitions for ourselves, for our own operations, and of course also with our partners, be it our suppliers or our customers, through our whole value chain. But we also work with different institutions in society, because we see we need to work across the value chain and with different partners to drive systemic change in many of these areas. So here's an example of some of the partnerships that we have and drive, both on the environmental side, but also on a more social side of the sustainability spectrum. And we do this both on a global level, and we do this also in the markets and the societies where we act. And then maybe to go to the next page, we can look a little bit more deeper into the different specific drivers that we focus on in this sustainability playing field that you just saw. And emissions is a key area where we are working and have been working for quite some time. And we are guided by our own target that we set already in 2018 with the Science Based Target Initiative, where we have a near-term target until 2030, where we will reduce both scope 1 and 2, which is our own operations and manufacturing, and of course the use of energy by minus 35%, and also in scope 3 by minus 35%, looking at the waste that our products generate, but looking also at transportation and also the resources and material that we use. And the longer term target for us is then, of course, by 2050 to be net zero. And we have worked to set up our plan, of course, to make sure that we are keeping ourselves to these targets and reduce the emissions year by year, whilst we at least, of course, continue to grow, because our ambition, of course, is to grow and increase our share and how we can support people with hygiene and health solutions. So therefore, we need to work extra hard, of course, as we grow to also reduce these measures. And if we look at the next page, Vivica, we will see some of the key action areas that we are taking to meet these targets. And that's in the area of driving innovation, finding new sustainable solutions for the products that we develop. As mentioned, we often produce single-use products, and therefore it's very important that we make sure that we find new ways of innovating how we can create reusable products, washable, absorbent hygiene products, and also find materials that we can reduce the footprint of our products. Those materials can come from, often we try to find these low carbon materials, of course, and you can see here in the second picture, the focus we've had over a few years back now to find other resources for producing tissue products, using wheat straw as a rest product from agriculture instead of using then fiber from the forest. We also look at our own operation and how we can step by step reduce the fossil fuel usage in our production. And we have some examples across the world where we have actually moved our tissue production to even close to zero CO2 emissions. And one example is our factory in Sweden, in Lilla Edet, where we moved from natural gas to biogas instead, and also moved to certified renewable energy. And it's actually the world's first production site in tissue that is has zero CO2 emissions. And then, of course, we look through all these different other steps here. How can we use resources more efficiently? How can we reduce the waste in our own factory and in our own production, and actually find other ways of more efficiency of energy and electricity? And we also, of course, look at our supply chain. How can we reduce the transportation? How can we reduce the emissions from transportation? And of course, not the least, the post-use waste of our products. And by having more innovative solutions, reusable solutions, and smart materials, of course, that also reduces the waste. And here we also have quite a few different digital solutions that will actually help reduce some of these, the consumption. If we go to the next page, I think we will move into the area that I just briefly touched upon, which is the forest and fiber, which is an area where, of course, we use renewable material, often very good and has less sort of emission impact than, for example, fossil. But on the other hand, that has its own, as we know, challenges from a sustainability perspective. And that's why we are so committed to responsible forest management and making sure that all the products in our tissue business are FSC certified or PFC certified when we work them with fresh fiber. We also use, of course, a lot of recycled fiber in our production. And as I mentioned, we also have examples of alternative fiber where we're looking at, for example, wheat straw and other materials to reduce the impact on the forest use. But everything we use from the forest should then be definitely certified by these two leading certification systems. And if we then move to the next area, I mentioned the area of innovation and how we reduce the waste of our products. And I think reducing the material we use, as I mentioned, is of course very important. We're trying where we can to reduce the use of fossil plastic, and in particular in the area of packaging, where we're looking at alternative materials, recycled plastic, and of course also the new sort of biomass balanced plastics and other ways in which where we can use paper instead, for example. But then we look a lot at also how can we reduce the consumption during use. And that's where I mentioned some of our digital solutions that actually helps to measure, for example, when it's time to change a diaper for an incontinence user, instead of overusing then the production, the products. And we also try to move more into reuse. I mentioned washable personal care products, but we also look at how we can, not only for personal care products, but also have reusable wipes or also tissue products to prolong the use of these type of products. And then, of course, for the products that are still used, despite the fact we try to reduce the consumption or reuse the product as much as possible, it's not always possible from a safety and a hygiene perspective. Then, of course, we also engage in a lot of other areas like mechanical recycling, chemical recycling, and we're trying to follow the breakthrough and the development in these areas. And then I think we have a few examples of sustainable innovations, which more or less just reminds of the examples that I just gave you. We have some wipes that we have developed for our Torque brand that are bio-based and actually made from 99% bio-based fiber and plant-based sources instead. And it's actually not losing its function. It's still performing very well, and it's absorbing the way we want it to do and our customer wants it to do. I mentioned the reusable, washable underwears, and here are some examples of leak-proof apparels that we have then reduced the CO2 footprint, and not the least the waste of these products, of course. And the digital solutions, TENA Smart Care is one example of this, how we can work together with the care institutions around the world, especially in the elderly care. Vivica mentioned aging population. So of course, this is in high demand in in many countries to work with aging care institutions. And these sensors can then help how we manage and handle the fact that people need to go to the bathroom at times when they can't be helped, and therefore it's important to understand the pattern of these people and patients so that we can actually reduce the waste also, and not the least improve the dignity and the well-being for the people to know when they need to change their diapers and not. And with that, I think we have some of the progress that we're trying to measure. We have targets for most of these different areas that we just now talked about, and these are just three to give you some examples. I mentioned already the science-based target, and where we have up to -35% that we will reach by 2030. And the outcome in 2024. So last year we had -27, and bearing in mind then that we are still aiming to grow, this is of course a continuous challenging target, but we have a very strong plan and agenda going forward. And then we have the innovations where we really try to measure not only the environmental improvements that we drive and achieve, but also the social improvements. And here we have an outcome for 2000 from last year that was about 87% of all our innovations then were sustainable innovations here. Health and safety, very important, not the least, of course, for our own employees, and making sure that we reduce the total incident rates. And we continue to reduce this, and the outcome last year was -66%. And bearing in mind then also what Vibeke was saying, that we have quite a lot of production sites around the globe, given that we want to have proximity to the markets due to our products, and therefore, of course, we have a large footprint of our manufacturing, and therefore this is such an important target for us and important in anything we do, that the safety of our health and safety of our employees. And I think the few last ones out here, we have some other very important targets as well, of course, and that is next to driving the environmental and social agenda, that the business ethic and human rights measures are continuing to improve, and that we respect the UN guiding principles of business and human rights. So here you can see that we're both trying to make sure that all our employees are aware and follow our code of conduct, and that we also work closely with our suppliers, impacting our own supply chain, and making sure that they also supply and follow and comply with our supplier standards. And we also run loads of different trainings, and this is an example then that we have the mandatory anti-corruption trainings that we drive. And then I think last but not least, we have a few ratings and recognitions that we also want to, of course, make sure that what we do matters for ourselves, and of course matters for our employees, and also matters for our customers. But it's of course also nice to see for us that the things we're doing matters also in the bigger context amongst our peers and amongst also the different stakeholders that we interact with. So with that, I think I hand over to you, Vibeke, and thank you very much for listening.
To start with the Q&A session, because there's a lot of questions. So over to you.
Yes, a lot of interest from the audience. We have first three questions all relating to certification, and more specifically FSC. As you might have heard before, there's a couple of Swedish large forest companies or forest industry companies who's contemplating to leaving FSC. So the two questions are about what is your sort of view on this? How could this impact sourcing for you? And would it be a problem if a supplier is not FSC certified anymore?
I mean, for us, we see this as a very good tool to ensure that what we buy is certified and it's following the sustainable and responsible sourcing. So it is the world-leading tool that we have, and we still see that it is a well-functioning system looking at it from an international perspective. We also see that this is an area that constantly needs to be worked at. And that's why we also engage a lot together with both the certification systems themselves, FSC to mention one of them then, but also with our suppliers, of course. So we're working closely with them and also the other interest groups that are members of FSC. And FSC is a system that is well functioning in the sense of it's trying to look at the different viewpoints in this quite complex area of forest management. And therefore, of course, it also has its difficulties. And there we are trying to engage and make sure that we address those questions where it's difficult to constantly improve the system and make sure that it doesn't become burdensome and difficult to live up to and comply with. But it is a continuous dialogue and discussion, and that's why it's important for us also to work close with our suppliers in this area. But internationally, we see this as a strong and important system to continue to make sure that we follow a sustainable and responsible forest management.
And I think a follow-up question on that is, if you look more locally here in a Swedish context, would it be a problem for you if the suppliers are not certified according to FSC? Do you view that as a problem or not? I think the question is.
I mean, as I said, we're continuously in close dialogue with our suppliers, and we need to know that there is a way in which we supply things that are sustainable, right? So that is a good measure for us, but we need to make sure that the system works then also.
So if there were the case that a couple of forest industry companies are sort of retracting from FSC, would it be enough to have volumes that are PEFC certified? Is another question.
I mean, we work with both those systems, and currently we are seeing that we have ways to make sure that we can actually supply around the globe with different sources, and we constantly look at our supplier bank and who we have to work with to make sure that we can live up to the commitments we have taken, and that's of course continuously important, both from a societal and sustainability perspective, but also to our customers.
So PEFC
so we are constantly in dialogue there to make sure that we live up to those.
So PEFC would be enough, basically.
We have FSC and PEFC. That's what I said in earlier on, right? That those are the two systems that we are using.
Yeah. And then the second pair of questions are regarding chemicals. The question, we have two similar questions talking about how are chemicals used in your products? Do you use PFAS to any degree? And if so, how can you sort of phase that out?
So we don't add PFAS to our products consciously, so to speak. And if there's something that comes up, then that would be added through our supply chain. But we don't see that we have that in our products. But it's a topic that, of course, is also highly debated and looked at from a regulation perspective. And we follow those measures clearly, right? That make sure that that the way we look at product safety and the assessments that we are doing to make sure whatever we put on the product on the market doesn't contain PFAS and other harmful chemicals. We need, of course, to make sure that we understand and follow what those commitments, how they evolve. But we don't intentionally add PFAS to any of our products. No.
Thank you. And on a similar topic, but from another perspective, the other question is, how do you ensure that the products that you recycle or use recycled material for are free from any type of poisonous sort of ingredients, chemicals, and similar? How can you ensure that, or is that a problem?
No, I mean, again, it comes back to starting all the way from how we design our products and of course, making sure that anything that we innovate and develop, that that's closely developed together also with R&D functions and with our product safety functions, where we have very rigorous systems to make sure whatever goes in is something that is scientifically checked and proven and so on. And then we, of course, work in a very systematic way with all our suppliers as well, and also look for alternative suppliers if that's needed. And as we drive the sort of sustainability agenda, be it in packaging or in our products to look for recyclable materials, also there, of course, we make sure that innovation process is following closely the product safety measures that we live with our way of developing products, and have a close dialogue with our suppliers. So it's a constant dialogue and involvement in terms of how we do it, but we also in that need to engage with research and academia and sort of new technology companies and others to see how can we sort of make sure that whatever is being recycled and used is also safe from a chemical perspective. That's very critical.
And is that something you would say is hindering to scale up recycled content in any sense today, or do you see positive on the future there?
I think we look positive on the future, but I think it's complex. And sometimes the risk or the challenge is rather that the critical mass of the material is not there. It takes time before we kind of create the bigger amount of these different materials, and also find the right systems to ensure that things are actually recycled, that they are collected as waste and then can be used and recycled. And I think there are a few systems that needs to be improved then also for enabling this to happen. And following that, of course, closely the scrutiny of safety and hygienic matter, not the least because of the type of products that we develop.
And then I think we have a final question. We're running out of time, but just a final one from the audience. I'm not sure if you can answer this briefly, we'll see. Could you share anything about how you engage with suppliers regarding the certification? And the person asking the question is specifically thinking about FSC in Sweden. Like, could you give an example of how you're engaging with the suppliers on that?
On certification?
Yeah, like how are you engaging if they're sort of retracting from a certain certification scheme? How are you engaging with them to ensure that it's still sustainable?
I mean, we have constant dialogues generally with our suppliers to make sure that there's a constant supply and availability, and we have negotiations, of course. And in there, we of course also make sure that we understand that it lives up to the standards and the levels that we put ourselves to. Then through the systems in FSC and so on, there are of course different economic chambers and other processes in which different parties meet and discuss and have the possibility to influence those systems as well to be improved. And that partly happens also with some suppliers in that sort of environment and in the FSC structures. But then, as I said, our procurement and sourcing department have close collaboration and discussions with our suppliers constantly on these topics as well.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, both Viveka and Anna. It was great hearing your presentation and also the discussion following. For everyone listening in, the next company presenting is Swedbank. I hope to see you at 1:45.
Welcome back to Handelsbanken Sustainability Strategy webinar. My name is Josephine Johansen, and by my side I have Lina Blume. And now it's time to turn our gaze towards the sustainability challenges, the opportunities and the targets of Swedbank. And we're very pleased to be joined by Johanna Fager Wettergren, who is Head of Group Sustainability at Swedbank. And Johanna will start with a brief presentation, 15-20 minutes, and then we'll open up for Q&A. So please make sure to post any questions that you might have, and we'll make sure to ask them for you, and you do so by going on to menti.com and filling out the code that you see on the screen or using the QR code that you can see on the screen as well. So with that, I'm not going to take up much more time, but I'll hand it over to you, Johanna. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for having me in this fora. Just to introduce myself, I'm Johanna Fager Wettergren. I'm Head of Group Sustainability at Swedbank, so driving the Swedbank's sustainability agenda. I joined the bank about a year ago. Previously, I was heading sustainability with the Swedish FSA, so I have kind of an supervisory perspective as well. But now I'm totally in Swedbank, and I think you're all familiar with Swedbank and our Nordic-Baltic presence. I think I will dig right into the sustainability angle. So this presentation aims to give you an update on Swedbank's strategy on sustainability, where we at Swedbank have integrated sustainability in our strategy. So we do not have a separate one. Rather, our strategy centers on sustainable value creation for its stakeholders. And this is also part of our core mission in Swedbank, being a savings bank for 200 years. But I thought I would like also to start in the very challenging context where we are in, and of course also to share with you how our stance is in this, as we are one of the banks not being largely exposed to the US. We don't have the same kind of challenges that some banks being very present in the US, where we've also seen many leaving the alliances and so on. From our side, our strategy in sustainability remains unchanged. I think our stance here is that science is very clear, and the importance of reducing fossil fuel emissions as a factual necessity for mitigating climate change. So in that sense, nothing has really changed, rather the opposite. We are moving in a faster speed towards global warming. And we are determined to follow this strategy, and we see business opportunities. That's the core here. And we really aim to enhance our sustainability efforts to expand volumes, of course, assist customers better, and so on. And so all in all, when it comes to business prospects, we remain optimistic, while of course concerned about what is happening in the world in a broader context. So here at the beginning, and also in this context, I also want to mention an organizational change we made to strengthen our own capabilities to deliver on this agenda, and which was communicated just a few weeks ago. So we have now been moving the group sustainability into the CFO office. And this means in practice that we will be closer aligned with group finance, group treasury, group steering, strategy, and other core functions. And this, as we see, this would also support our work on the sustainability agenda. So I will report then to our CFO, Jon Lidefelt, and continue to develop and drive the overall work. So before I dig into some more details, I will stay quite overarchingly here, but please just feel free if you have questions, so we can take that in the end. But if it's anything you want me to clarify, I'm happy to. But overarchingly, the Swedbank's fossil fuel lending has dropped, and our policy also bans loans to most fossil fuel companies. So all in all, we have quite a low exposure to high intensity sectors. Nevertheless, we are intensifying our work to assess the viability of clients' transition plans. That is quite a focus area, I would say. And we begin with the largest emitters and their scope 1 and 3 across all markets. And also, of course, the new EBA guidelines underscore the importance of ensuring operational capabilities to reach the set target state. But then I think we can change to the next picture here. Yes, so what you can see here is our targets and our commitments, and those are kind of our guiding stars here. So we are committed to align our operations, our investments, and financial services with the Paris Agreement, and also, of course, the global best practices for sustainable finance. And we are also part of the Net Zero Banking Alliance. And as you are, I'm sure, very well aware of, there has been members leaving those alliances, and including the Net Zero Banking Alliance. We are remaining in the alliance together with most of the previous members, but we have also, there has been a members voting to, and there has been decided to change the requirements of the members, but we are still an active member in that sense. But so we have this net zero commitment, which is guiding us. Then our asset manager, Ruber, has an even more forward-leaning target or commitment to be achieving carbon neutral investments by 2040 already. Then we have our target to reduce our direct greenhouse gas emissions, though as a bank, of course, this stands for a really tiny part of our overall emissions. But still, we think, of course, important to do what we can in-house as well. But then we have targets on reducing our financed emissions in line with the Paris Agreement. So that means alignment of our lending and investment portfolios with climate science, and also where industry-specific decarbonization strategies, particularly for high emission sectors. So this is where we need to be extra engaged also with our client in their transition journey and to finance their transition. Then we have an ambition, which is for 2027, so approaching that quite soon, but that is to triple our sustainable lending volumes and helping companies to invest in sustainable projects. And that is also an important part in order to support the energy transition. So the Swedbank Sustainable Funding Framework enables the bank to issue green and social bonds. And in last year then, so we issued 5 green bonds over the year to a total value of 27 billion. And overall, the assets in this register is targeting green loans, sustainability-linked financing, and transition funding. Then we also have set the ambition to increase the ESG bond arrangements to at least 40%. And in 2024, we reached 36% already. So that we are satisfied with moving in that direction, but that is also, of course, because it's a high demand for those kind of assets. So I think we will move on, but as you can see here, we have different kinds of commitments, but I think it's important also to bear in mind, being in this sphere of sustainability, I think we are moving quite fast now, going from this more voluntary commitment-based way of working to actually have now in place sharp requirements. So of course, that's kind of a new era also for the banks working with this. We can take the next picture here, please. Thank you. So I also wanted to mention, because this is steering us quite much, our sustainability framework. So we have our position statements, which are guiding our lending and investment decisions. We have one on arms and defense and one in climate and nature. So those position statements are guiding our credit and investments decisions. So they outline the sustainability criteria that influences our lending and investment decisions. They also help us to determine which businesses and projects that qualify for financing and what kind of sustainability expectations clients must meet, particularly in industries with high environmental and social impact. So this is actually guiding us a lot, and also communicating, of course, which activities Swedbank will not finance, like controversial weapon or fossil fuels. So this is important for us when we make those decisions, and it's also important for us to be transparent on where we have our red line, so to say. And then of course we have our sustainable or climate transition plan, which is also externally communicated and which is also guiding our way towards our own transition. But just reminding that our transition is totally based on our customers' transition, as 98 or 99% of everything all our carbon footprint is from the investment or lending. So having said that, we could take the next slide, please. Not to go into too much details on this, but I think this is also core, because we have made those commitments and we have our long-term targets, but for those to really mean something, it's extremely important to trickle this down per sector to shorten the maturity of the targets. So we have our 2030 targets, and also activities, how to reach those targets. And in some sectors, it's easier than in others. So I just wanted to briefly go through on how our targets and exposures, what they looks like. So our climate targets of lending portfolio covers the lion share of Swedbank's exposure, about 80%, but smaller share of financed emissions, about 36% of finance emissions within scope 1 and 2. One important aspect here is that this differs. If you're a bank with a lot of large customers, then you will capture it easier. We are also a bank with a lot of small and mid-sized companies, which makes it a bit harder to put this targets and to cover the sectors in this specific way. So when we have now 6 sector targets, and we choose those targets given where we have our main exposures, of course, but also where we have relevant enough data or robust data enough. So this is actually why we have chosen those specific sectors. And as you can see, mortgages here, for example, it's a large exposure for Swedbank, as mortgages and commercial real estate as a large portion of our exposure and our lending relates to the real estate sector. Then, of course, it's a totally different thing to do this journey when it comes to our private customers with the mortgages, or doing this with the oil and gas sector, where you can see that we have already now decreased and are well in line with our 2030 targets already. But that is also as we have drawn the red line when it comes to financed emissions on fossil fuels, for example. And then we have also the steel. Some of those sectors, like the steel, for example, is very dependent on a few companies. And the key here for us is to follow the companies and also go into detail and follow the transition plan. Because we do not only want to be in the very green, we want to do this journey together with the customers and go from, when possible, go from brown or slightly green to green. But in some cases, that is not possible, which has been the case with some companies within the oil and gas, for example. And then quite recently, we also added the shipping target here. I can see now I've been talking for about 17 or 18 minutes, so maybe we should now open up for questions, or if you want me to dig a bit deeper into any specifics, I'm really happy to.
Yes, a good idea. Let's open up for questions. And as I mentioned earlier, you can post those by going on to mentor.com and filling in the code that you see on the screen, or using the QR code if you want to. I think we already have a question on the line.
Yes, we'll do. So I'll go ahead with that one. Swedbank finances a lot of companies in the real estate industry. How does your progress look in the area of providing better loan terms to companies with green assets, or investing in green in their assets?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and thank you for that one. Are you asking specifically on the mortgages or commercial real estate, or both?
Maybe we should take both. It doesn't specify in the question whether it's one of those specifics.
One thing I do want to mention when it comes to the energy transition and related to real estate is that we work with partnerships, which I think is quite crucial now and forward. That means that we work with the experts like Rumble, for example, within the really more commercial real estate market, which provides then the expertise and the technical advice on how to do this transition in practice, what are the needs, what do you need to do to decrease your energy consumption. So that's a strategy we have. And then, of course, given that, and given, say, for example, just to give a very, very familiar example to everyone, if you go for solar panels, for example, how could we then as a bank provide the right financing or the right financial service to support the customers? So I think we need as this is quite a complex area and there are specific needs for our customers, both when it comes to this kind of technical assistance, but to bridge together and build together our knowledge. We are good at financing, and then bring that together with that kind of expertise. And we do something similar when it comes to the mortgages and the private customers. I think it is quite challenging right now with the mortgages and that whole transition that needs to be done. But with the incentives for our private customers, given where we are today, it's quite a challenging times, and this is not the highest on the agenda for many. It differs a lot also in Sweden and in the Baltics. In Sweden, the energy efficiency in general is high, and the incentives to really invest in the energy transition is quite low right now. And we could see when we had those very volatile energy prices, then we could see a much greater interest. So I think this is challenging for us and other banks. But then we need to separate. So we have the energy transition. When it comes to the mortgages and our financed emissions there, it's quite tiny. Even though it's a large share of our exposure, the carbon footprint is quite low when it comes to that part, compared to like the oil and gas sector, for example, where the emissions is much higher on compared to the volumes. But I think this is a bit challenging, and there are also regulations now from the EU, which will be implemented into national law, the EBPD, on the energy transition, where we do not know exactly how it will end up, or what will be the final of this. But what we do know is that it will push the energy transition, and like in the Baltics, the push will be higher because the base where we are today is there is a higher need for doing that transition.
And do you see, on that topic, do you see that it's more, given that it's a lack of interest or not fully, but a challenging time, is it more from your side working to incentivize rather than punishing those who are sort of inefficient? Or how do you go about that?
Yeah, good question. And that is definitely our strategy. We are not here to push out our customers, rather to incentivize. So that's how we regard it. We really want to be here as an enabler with the same customer base. If you talk about the private and the mortgages, so it's rather about incentivizing. And here I think we also need the support, and we discussed that in the Bankers Association as well. I mean, this is something we share among the banks, that we need the enablers also from society to really be able to do this push. But I mean, there are other reasons as well, not only the carbon footprint for this energy transition for households.
And to circle back to something you mentioned initially, that you sort of revised the structure for governance when it comes to sustainability, where you place the responsibility. Could you give us some more detail on that for those who haven't followed? How did Swedbank used to be structured before the change, and what is the big difference now?
Yeah, so we used to be, previously, we were the group sustainability was within the group brand and communication. And I think it has been there for several different reasons in Swedbank. It's not that it's seen as a communication issue. It's rather of historical reasons, I would say. But we have worked for a long time very closely aligned with the business and so on. But this step is also to better support the work we're doing, and not least going forward. What we're striving for here is to fully integrate sustainability into our core business, into our steering, into our, taking this holistic approach where you, which you normally have the business approach, where you weigh the costs against the benefits and the risks and so on in a really holistic approach. So we have been doing this. So now group sustainability will be within the CFO office. So I will report to the CFO, but I have a strong mandate also to drive the sustainability agenda with a clear link then to the executive management on this. And we also have an internal governance structure with the sustainability committee, where we're also strengthening the mandate. So I think our enablers are better in place now within Swedbank.
And do you see that this has been driven by the sustainability reporting regulation, the CSRD, the directive, or how does this change come about?
No, not really. Well, of course, we are moving in that direction. And as I stated in the beginning, we are now, previously, we were leading on voluntary commitments and so on. And now we have sharp requirements in place. And we also have to manage, I think, expectations, not only from authorities, but from, of course, investors and others, that this is not only a vision or something we shall strive towards. This is something we need to do on a day-to-day basis, integrated. And we did that change 1.5 years ago, when we started to implement or preparing for implementing the CSRD reporting. We moved the reporting to finance. So we already had that in place, but this is rather, if we talk around sustainability reporting, this is rather related to the materiality analysis, how to make sure that we really work strategic and structured around that kind of strategic materiality analysis, and both the income and the output of that kind of analysis should be brought along into the strategic decisions and so on. And that kind of links is much, I would say, strengthened when you organize like this.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to check if there's any more questions from the audience.
We have one other question. Swedbank has several ambitious climate targets and is committed to getting targets approved by a Science-Based Targets initiative. What is the current status regarding that? And is the plan to set targets approved by Science-Based Targets initiatives? And if not, why not?
That is actually something we are looking into right now, the science-based targets in the new proposal. So given where we are, quite much has changed recently, also with the Net Zero Banking Alliance, with the requirements or legal requirements and so on. So in that context, we are now assessing how to move forward with the science-based targets. So I don't have an answer to that today, but I hope we will quite soon.
And are you then evaluating whether to go ahead or not, or just how to go about it? Is it a question of doing it or not, or is it a question on how?
I think it's both, I would say, because they are connected. If it's too challenging on the how, that could also play into the decision on whether to move forward or not.
And do you expect to know?
We will really evaluate also the need, and this is also something we discuss with stakeholders to make sure that this is the most relevant way to go. So it's quite much depending on also what's being asked for and where to put the right resources.
And when do you expect to have a decision or decided on that when it comes to science-based target? Is it by the end of this year, or just to give a sense of the timeline?
I would expect us to do this during the year.
Okay, thank you. We have one final question. Time is running fast, but I just want to double check that you mentioned the new shipping target that you have. And could you very briefly just say, does this have any impact on existing customers in terms of what they need to do, or is it mainly how you think about new customers, or how does that work in a very brief sense and general sense?
It's both. This is also a dialogue we have with our customers, and there are needs that I'm not sure I have the right English word here, but the vessels need to be upgraded. So that's, for example, something that our customers are already looking into. So it goes both for the new customers and our existing customers.
Okay, I think that will have to be the final words. Thank you very much, Johanna, for an interesting presentation and discussion. And next up, we have 2:30. EdTech is joining us, so please check in with us then. So 2:30 Central European Time. We'll see you then. Thank you.
welcome back to our sustainability update webinar and with our session together with AdTech, where we are very pleased to be joined by Lena Ekbom, Head of Sustainability, as well as CFO Malin Enarsson. My name is Lina Blume and I'm moderating this session together with my colleague Melissa Makovic. We will start with a brief presentation of around 15 to 20 minutes and then we'll move on to Q&A. Don't hesitate to ask your own questions and you can do that by going into menti.com and entering the code on the screen, which is 29818662. And with that, I'm pleased to hand over the word to Lena and Malin.
Thank you. I will start. Malin Enarsson, CFO of AdTech since 2018. And we can, I think, hit it off with the next slide immediately here. I guess, Lena, you will introduce yourself when it's your turn. Maybe that's easier. Yes. So just a quick flyby of AdTech. We are a group of 150 independent and strictly decentralized companies in some 20 countries, organized within 5 business areas. The value proposition is centered around high-tech products and solutions, primarily to the manufacturing and infrastructure sectors. We have a dual growth engine approach, which means that we primarily work with the companies that we have with organic growth, but then we also strengthen our group with strategic niche acquisitions. And the acquisitions is made on our own cash flow mainly. Size-wise, we have a turnover now at around 22 billion. We run the operations with an EBITDA margin of 15%, and we have approximately 4,300 employees in the group. Next slide, please. So today is the day for our year-end report. So it's just short about the year that we have just left behind us. We can conclude another successful year for AdTech, despite some uncertainties in the geopolitical and macro climate. We can proudly say that we have been able to deliver on our growth strategy, even with very strong growth in some segments and maybe a bit more hampered in other segments that we have been talking about throughout the year. Total net sales increased by 9%, of which 2% was organic. Our EBITDA was up 14% with improved profitability, 15% margin on EBITDA level. We have also had a good cash flow throughout the year, which means that we have a strong profit of working capital, which is a very important profitability KPI for us. A record high on 76% compared to 68% last year. We have also had a high acquisition pace. During the fiscal year, we acquired 12 companies, all well-run high performers that complement and strengthen our strategic niches. We have also had a good start when it comes to acquisitions on this new year with 2 acquisitions after closing. I would say that the year ending has sort of proved the robustness of our group with the diversification both among segments and geographies, which means that we're not dependent on any single trend or geography or segment, which makes us quite resilient even in turbulent times. We can take the next slide. One of the most important things, I think also Lena will talk about this later on, is that we have a very strong corporate culture, which is a very important thing both for us internally and also when we acquire companies to address this corporate culture. It's based on entrepreneurship and the decentralized responsibility. This is the key success factor. We have a flexible and adaptable mindsets towards our companies. They have clear mandates to take operative decisions close to their customers, and that gives them the edge and agility to handle challenges and capture opportunities, even though we might have a challenging market conditions. Next slide. So the last slide for me is just, I think I've been through it all. We have a very well proven business model with a highly diversified business, both when it comes to customer segments and geography. We have had very strong profit growth throughout the years, exceeding our own financial targets. Good, strong cash flow makes it possible to acquire companies on our own cash flow, and also with a clear sustainability agenda. So with that said, very short from me, I hand over to Head of Sustainability, Lena Ekbom.
Thank you, Malin. Thank you for the introduction and for the very fresh figures from our report released today. So I would like to actually start where Malin finished, that sustainability is sees as a strong driver for EdTech as a group. I would say we can take the next slide, please. As you can see, this is our 5 business areas where there are units underneath. And at the very bottom, you can see the growth drivers where we actually work from, where all our companies and our business areas and units has clear growth. See these as clear growth drivers with clear strategies how to capture the opportunities in them. And as you can see, a lot of them are related to sustainability and definitely to the transition which is ongoing in industry, but also in society. So with our strategies and the strong correlation between sustainability and business from the EdTech perspective, I would say that our strategy and our goals is more relevant than ever. So if we take the next slide, please, you will see our sustainability goals that has been part of EdTech since 2019, where they were decided upon. We actually have a strategy where we identified 3 main areas. If we start with sustainable business, this is a way for us to clearly communicate both internally and externally how we have a positive impact in the society and in industry. We're doing that by having an internal system where all our companies map the revenue where they have a positive impact on the SDGs. So a rather extensive work with the reporting perspective, which is made, but we see this as a business value actually, where the companies realize where they actually add value from sustainability point of view. The other area, sustainable organization, here we have 2 targets. If we start with the first one, that is to reduce our CO2 intensity with 50% from the base year 2019 to 2030. With this target, we can easily continue to grow. As Malin said, we have a clear strategy to acquire around 10 to 15 companies every year, which actually turns the intensity target is an easy way to see if we can grow, but with less CO2 footprint, so to say. We combine our intensity target with validated and approved science-based target. Last year, they were approved. So with that, we have a near-term target to reduce absolute Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions with 50% from the base year 2022. So a little bit different there, where the intensity target covers more than just Scope 1 and 2. The next target within sustainable organization capture our work within diversity. Here I would like to emphasize for us diversity is much more than just gender, but gender is the common way to measure as you probably all know. So when we say diversity, we mean all different kinds of aspects, ethnicity, age, so on, background parameters, but we measure women in leading position. And here we have a target for 40% by 2030. The last area, sustainable supply chain, covering our value chain. Here we have a target to assess our suppliers from the demands we have in our code of conduct. And we should cover 80% by 2030. And as you can see in the slides, the figures aren't updated for the last year that we closed in the end of March, because they aren't soon they will be published, but they aren't already ready yet from reviewing perspective. But what I can say is that we will have a positive outcome and development with all 4 targets, and even the science-based target. We will have a positive development for the year we just closed. Then we can take the next slide, please. As going back once again to what Malin said, we have about 150 companies within the group. They are all SME, small, medium-sized companies, which means that they do not have, when we acquire them, they do not have a lot of structure sometimes, or most often, around sustainability. But we see ourselves as a catalyst for sustainable growth on general level, and also within sustainability. So we think by working towards our goals, they increase their competitiveness in the market compared to competitors. And I will give you some examples what we do from centrally to support our companies when it comes to sustainability. We have a base of general policies that is more like a standard. We have code of conduct, supplier code of conduct. We have policies covering diversity, sustainability. We have the whistleblower tool function centrally that all companies use. We have a common platform for assessing the suppliers that we provide to all companies. And the sustainability KPIs, the data, which has been discussed a lot for the coming legislation regarding CSR Day, we've been collecting this data for many, many years. And we try to do it as simple as possible for our companies. But we have started to see a change here, because they are very interested in the data nowadays compared to a few years ago. So they all get their scorecard. They can follow their own development. Several of the companies actually share the results from the scorecard with their big customers. So this is starting, even the KPIs we can see is starting to get more and more like a competitive edge for our companies. We also do have sustainability integrated in the business planning process. Might be natural, since we have overall targets, they need to be handled in the planning process. So all companies set their own targets individually towards our group targets. And then we also have a sustainability network for ambassadors, sustainability ambassadors in the group, where we share good internal examples, increase knowledge around different areas of sustainability. And a last example I would like to highlight is that we do general trainings for our companies, both on strategic level, but also on more of a nitty-gritty operational part when it comes to sustainability. Then we can take the next slide, please. So once again, connecting to what Malin talked about, our diversified business on aggregated level, I think this shows it very much how many different segments we are active within, and also different geographic areas where we have the activities. And we see that mainly, you can say, our companies have large international global customers that themselves has a rather ambitious sustainability strategies and goals. And they are very often dependent on some of the goals or part of the goals that their value chain develop towards the same direction to gain their own positive development. So with that said, I would say that they are starting to favor suppliers that have similar agendas, work with that actually have a positive impact on the customer's goal themselves. So with that, we see a strong relationship with sustainability and increased competitiveness. If you work with the areas, you increase your attractiveness at big customers, and in that way also increase business activities. So next slide is our last, and we thank you for the attention, and please run some tricky questions for us.
Perfect. Thank you very much to both Malin and Lena for your presentation. We will now open up for Q&A, and just as a reminder, to ask your questions, go to menti.com and enter the code that you see on the screen. And we encourage you to take the opportunity to ask any questions that you might have. But let's start with some that we have already gotten sent in.
Yes, so touching upon what you were talking about, Lena, at the end, there's one question regarding whether you're seeing a decreased interest in climate and other sustainability-related issues among your clients in relation to the political backlash that is happening in some countries. But also, perhaps if I could add, are you seeing any differences from a year ago or so?
Yeah, it's a good question. And I would say we discuss that a lot, both with companies, but also here at the headquarters with the management. Generally, I would say definitely no. Overall, our companies see even more pressure within sustainability from big customers. More questions, more demands, more of, do you have this? Because this will be our lowest demand to be an A supplier, for example. So no, I would say no, not a reduced interest. More the opposite actually, that we see that large customer might have had ambitious agendas, ambitious targets, but now they are starting to sippering down in the organizations. So it's more common that a purchaser actually has a dialogue around this with the sales guys from our companies.
And another question that we received relating to what you were talking about, Malin, regarding the 12 acquisitions that you recently made. Are they made in any particular sector or trends that you're seeing related to these?
We have been acquiring companies in most of our business areas, and we try to acquire companies sort of, as we talk about, on a diversified basis, so that we have the strategy. You saw Lena's organizational structure, and the acquisitions, they are built from below. So it's not that we are deciding what to buy, and we want them to be as diversified as possible. So it's not that we are going into a specific area or so. I mean, in this context, I would say that we would not consider a company acting in a business that is not sort of working towards the goals that we have. But it's not that we have a clear agenda to go for a certain segment, rather the opposite, to diversify, and that we want all business areas and business units to be active and have a good pipeline. I don't know if you want to add something there, Lena, when it comes to the agenda.
Maybe only that sustainability is also part of our DD process. So as Malin says, we wouldn't acquire a company that's not pushing our group in the right direction towards our goals. as you already said. But I think that's important to clarify that since we are acquiring a lot of companies, the process to analyze them, but also to integrate them, is very, very important.
And maybe a follow-up to that, is there any specific criteria in this due diligence process related to sustainability that is most critical for you when you look at a new acquisition?
From a sustainability point of view, I would say that oil and gas is not so very attractive, actually. I think that is the main area where I don't think we even have discussions around that anymore. So I think that is the clear area where we're not looking for companies where they have a clear business towards extraction or specific niches of products related to extraction of oil and gas.
And let me ask a question from the audience. Lena, you mentioned that clients are starting to favor more sustainable suppliers. Is this in general about the climate and lower emissions, or what do you mean by sustainable suppliers in this sense?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think with not having statistics about it, but I would say that CO2 and climate impact is the most common highlighted area. They usually covers all areas where they have requests and demands, but I would say climate is definitely the most common one, especially to have follow-up questions around and sharing data around. But also that you track, as it's been for many, many years, that you have control over your value chain yourself. Do you have a code of conduct? Do you follow up on that? That is also relevant still, I think. And so those two, I would say, is the most relevant ones.
Perfect, thank you. Another question that popped in is, are there any specific initiatives or projects that focuses on circularity, particularly with companies where there is potential to integrate circular principles into the product design? Long question. I would like to start with, since we are a very diversified group, we have producing companies, and they are definitely working with this from starting to have questions and dialogues with suppliers, how much of the raw materials is actually secondary, just to start to have a knowledge around what you actually use, because very often we see that we think we buy virgin raw material, but very often it's actually mixed up. So that's positive. Then I would say when we are in control of the products, there are the ideas is starting to get established in the organization. I would say that when we have the possibility to impact the design, some of our companies is really onto this. So as we are a diversified group, some are onto it, some don't even see the demands or the benefits from a business perspective. So going back to what Malin said in the beginning, our companies are very business driven, entrepreneurial. So when they see business opportunities, they usually just go for it. And sustainability in some areas and some market segment is definitely part of that.
You touched upon this a bit during the presentation, but maybe you could elaborate on the decentralized responsibility model when it comes to sustainability. What are the strengths and challenges within this?
The challenge, I start with the challenge. I think the challenge is that we need to report and we want to follow up the development. With that comes a rather heavy burden for a small, medium-sized company to report on the sustainability KPIs. And I assure that Malin can say it's the same in the financial area, that it's more challenging to report to AdTech than being a private-owned company. So that that is one of the challenge. It takes man-hours, resources for small, medium-sized companies, and also increased knowledge around sustainability. Do you realize you need to know what you're reporting? Is this a relevant figure for this KPI? So I would say that's one of the big challenges for our decentralized structure, since all companies need to do this themselves, even though we provide support, but they need to take care of their reporting themselves. And the benefits is, once again, that they are close to the customers. We are in market segment and niches where sustainability is a driver. So as long as the company realize that its business opportunities comes with even KPIs, because I can satisfy a customer with showing my sustainability scorecard, then I don't have to do, or we don't have to do so much. They just run themselves. So decentralized structure means that they take the responsibility for the business and they use all the opportunities to develop their business.
And then on the topic of opportunities, which industries would you say that you have the most opportunities looking at sustainability-related themes right now? And would you say that it's customer-driven, and are customers today willing to pay, let's say, a premium from these products, and are they asking more for products within the sustainability themes, so to say?
That's a hard question. If we look at today's figures that Malin presented, and we see that, I mean, our group energy, our business area energy, which have a very, very clear strategy and benefit from the transition going on in the society. But there it's all about being a good supplier at a high level of sustainability, then you get the business. So yes, that is a future area, both from a financial aspect, but also from a sustainability aspect. When it comes to some other areas, I think the development is more of, you will not pay for a more sustainable product, but if you as a supplier can't show that you have a high ethical level when it comes to sustainability, you will not be a supplier graded. So I think that the alternative is to not get the business if you're not working with these areas and develop in the right direction.
Thank you.
Another question from the audience is that not many acquiring companies have a climate target approved by Science-Based Target as AdTech do. Do you see any advantages of this relevant for AdTech towards clients or so?
Yes, definitely. I can share here that one of the last bullets, so to say, to made our decision to apply for Science-Based Targets was that we have several large customers to our companies that almost demand SBTi to be a graded supplier. So it definitely is a business opportunity and benefit for the companies. But then you also need to develop in the right direction, of course, to show that you are developing towards our reduction target.
And I believe that there are a few similar companies to yours that have not signed up to the Science-Based Target Initiative. What would you say is the biggest challenges to set such a target for a company as AdTech?
I think there are challenges with the high acquisition speed, definitely, to integrate companies in time and have this in mind when you acquire companies as well. The data quality, I mean, that's key to have control over the data. That's one of the key things. And since we've been reporting CO2 KPIs for many years and developed this area and the reporting, that's not our challenge, but I know some peers have a challenge with that as well, to get good quality data when it comes to scope 1 and 2 as well.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you to both Lena and Malin for attending this with us today, with both a good presentation and a great discussion. And thank you also to the attendees listening in today. We are not yet done. We still have 2 presentations left. At 3:15, we will be joined by Electrolux. So stay tuned and we'll see you in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Welcome back to today's sustainability strategy update here at Handelsbanken. My name is Melissa Makovic, and with me I have my colleague Josefin Johansson. Joined with us today we have Electrolux presenting, giving its latest updates about its sustainability insights, and right afterwards we'll have a Q&A session where you listening in can participate by sending in your questions at menti.com using the code shown in the screen. And with that said, I would like to welcome Elena Breda, Chief Technology and Sustainability Officer at Electrolux, and Maria Åkerhielm, IR at Electrolux. Warm welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Very happy to be here today and have the opportunity to talk a little bit about the sustainability strategy at Electrolux and our results. Electrolux is a company that is driven by a very strong purpose that is shape living for the better. We have this very strong purpose that is very linked to sustainability, and we have a very strong history on our focus on sustainability, more than 106 years. And as I mentioned, it's not something that popped up, lately, but we have this long history, and this is just some examples of the events in which and the commitments in which we were either first or among first, at least in our industry. I will not go through all of them, but of course, just to highlight some. More than 30 years ago is when we had the first environmental policy. In 2003, we were the first one in our industry to really join the UN Global Compact. 2018, we were among the first 100 companies to commit to science-based targets. And in 2022 is when we achieved our first science-based targets 3 years ahead of plan. 2023 is when we have now committed to our second science-based targets. And 2024 is when we extended the Ecoline range that we have launched in Europe, also in Latin America, as a concept. So, of course, we are very proud of our achievements, but also recognized by many external, very renowned rankings. Just to name a few that are the latest ones, EcoVadis, where we are top 5% of 7,000 companies across industries globally, and where we are first top ranked in our industry. Financial Times, where we are number 32 of a very long list of the first 500 companies in Europe, and we are number 1 in our industry. And recently also TCG, that is a leading European networking platform for electrical retailers, recognized us as a winner of the TCG Award for Sustainability for the 4th time, and also a TCG Award for Equal Opportunities for All. But why we do that? Of course, we do that because, as I said, it's one of our values. But also, we want it to be good for people and good for the business and good for the planet. And it is actually good for people. Sustainability is a key consumer selection criteria. Consumers want to lead and live in a more sustainable way. 93% of them say so, and they want, though they don't know necessarily how to do it, and they want also companies like us to help them do it in an effortless way. 2/3 of consumers consider sustainability to be a very important factor when buying appliances globally. And more efficient products are also more profitable, so it's also good for the business. Last year, 24% of our units sold are the ones that are the most energy and water efficient, and that 24% of units accounted for 33% of gross profit. And what is our sustainability framework and strategy? Basically, is divided into 3 pillars: better company, better solution, and better living. Better company, it's all about keeping our house in order, is making sure that we drive resource-efficient operations, that we act ethically, lead in diversity, and respect human rights, that we drive supply chain sustainability. So our sustainability focus is not only in-house, but also with our suppliers. Better solution, it's all about our products, what we offer. That lead in energy and resource efficient solution, offer circular products and business solutions and eliminate harmful materials. And better living is really what makes a difference from a consumer day-to-day life, because it's helping them every single day to make those sustainable choices that otherwise they wouldn't necessarily know how to do. And if we think that we are in the homes of hundreds of millions of consumers, so small choices every single day can really make a difference. And I will come back to that and also with some examples. But then overarching is our climate goals towards a net zero value chain by 2050. And when we start by looking into the more energy-related part, both in operations and in the products and our climate goals, this is basically a summary of our science-based target. The one on the top left is the ones that we have already achieved in 2022. So we have already reduced the scope 1 and 2 versus 2015 by 82% in 2022, and scope 3, mainly product use for us, by over 25% in 2022 versus 2015. Now we are in the second science-based targets, and we have committed to reduce our scope 1 and 2 operation CO2 emissions by 85% in 2030 versus 2021, and our scope 3 by 42% in 2030 versus 2021. When we have done that, it means that our scope 1 and 2 in 2030 will be reduced by 97% compared to 2015. And these are also, speak about targets, our targets that we published in our sustainability statement within the annual report, beginning of this year, referring to full year 2024. And you see here in blue the ones that are more linked to this climate targets in reduction of both CO2 emission, but also water in our operations. And last but not least, also we are committed to 100% manufacturing sites certified as zero waste to landfill, means we send to landfill less than 1% of our waste, and this is certified externally. When coming to better solutions, one example on circular products, this is where we have just launched a very ambitious target, 35% of our recycled content, that is basically plastic and steel, that is by weight, the majority of our the material that we use. So our target is to have 35% of recycled content, defined as steel and plastic, in our products by 2030. And this is quite ambitious, also considering the availability of material and the technical challenges as well in doing that. So this again is also published in the report, in the statement. When coming to better company and more the social part, act ethically, lead in diversity and respect human rights. Here we have a set of targets as well that go from TCIR, total case incident rate. Here, a very good reference for our industry, 0.5. And you will see later we're already at 0.37, and we aim to be at 0.30 by 2030. We aim to have 100% of our manufacturing sites certified ISO 45001. That is also health and safety at work certification. And to have 40% of the share of female people leaders. And of course, in the countries where this is legally permissible. But we have, our activities across that, of course, are always based on skills and competence. But we are really following up on the target where this is possible. So this is a little bit our strategy and our targets. But now let's see how we performed in 2024. So from a better company perspective, 94% in 2024, 94% of the electricity and 64% of the energy used in our operations came from renewable sources. Our TCIR, already mentioned, was 0.37. And our manufacturing sites were already 91% certified ISO 45001. It's foreseen 100% by the end of this year. 98% of our suppliers provided sustainability data in the CDP supply chain program. When coming to better solutions, so we already talked about the 24-33, 24% of volume, 33% of gross profit in our most sustainable from a water and energy point of view products. 35% is our target on recycled material, and 99% of products with refrigerants have already switched to low global warming gases. Last but not least, a better living, and here it's really you know, how to nudge consumers to take more sustainable choices. So by using sense boil, that is one of our functions, and putting a lid when you boil, basically you can save up to 33% of the energy, which is enough to charge your iPhone. 80% is the energy that you can save with, you know, with a user interface in your washing machines when you are basically selecting your cycle depending on your needs, and also you can have the options to reduce time as well and water as well. And with our corded vacuum cleaners, bagged models, Electrolux and AG, you can save up to 52% energy in auto mode. So these are just examples of features that we make available in our products and that we nudge consumers to use in order to be more sustainable. But also with connectivity, we're doing even more, and I will touch a little bit about that. And when coming to our carbon emissions reductions, 36% is the reduction we achieved in 2024 compared to 2021 in Scope 1 and 2, and 31% is the reduction in Scope 3 in 2024 versus 2021. Another thing I'm super proud of is the Electrolux Food Foundation. This is a non-profit organization that has as the aim to you know, help consumers to eat more sustainable and tell them how. You know, so just in one day during the World Food Day last year, 400 employees volunteered in 30 countries to inspire over 14,000 kids around the world to more sustainable eating. And across the full year, we inspired 81,000 kids to eat more sustainably. We also trained the 308 people that didn't have a job to, you know, that were in difficult situations to cook so that they can get the job in our Like a Chef program, employment program. And then we also delivered 284,000 meals in various donation campaigns when, for example, there are people in need in case of earthquakes or floods and things like that. And from a sustainability perspective, and my last point is the greenhouse here in Stockholm. And here, this is an urban development that combines housing, offices, and shared spaces for 3,000 people in 85,000 square meters. It's here, very, you know, attached to our headquarters. We are the developer of that. And what is really special about it, it's a very, very sustainable, you know, building made with recycled bricks, wood from Sweden, so that, you know, also transport is not long. And recycling and the shared economy is really the spirit of the building, where there are many spaces that are common as well to really share, and also with a lot of possibility of recycling, also, you know, clothes and so on, with the sewing machines and so on that are common. This building will have a net zero carbon dioxide emissions during the building's life cycle and has already received quite a few sustainability certifications. Then just a couple maybe of more slides that is how sustainability is linked to data and AI. Since I am Chief Sustainability Officer at Electrolux, but I'm also Chief Technology Officer. So very, very quickly, we are in Electrolux in a journey from moving from offering appliances to delivering complete experiences. And here, smart connectivity, artificial intelligence, of course, plays a role. And what we want to achieve is really to have more intuitive and responsive appliances that understand what's going on, that have sensors, more computational power, that can really adapt to the actual use of consumers. And what differentiates us is that we really have over 100 years experience in understanding consumers, and we can utilize now this technology for addressing the real needs. And of course, this is very much linked to sustainability as well, because with artificial intelligence and smartness, you can really optimize resources based on the usage patterns in fridges, in washing machines, in dishwashers, and so on. And also you can reduce food waste in fridges. We have recently launched an AI-enabled recipe optimizer. Basically, we know that 80% of consumers go online to take inspiration for their recipes. And we know that these recipes are really average. They're not really tailored for your specific oven. But when you download it and you have that function, you can really the function optimizes the setting for your specific oven. For example, if you have steam, it would add the steam where it makes sense. That, of course, not only saves energy, but also keeps the crispiness and the flavors and the nutrients more intact. We know that we have just launched it, but we have a very good response and very high utilization of this feature from the consumers that have bought it. We also use smart tips like washing machines at lower temperature. And this is what I was mentioning before. We have great washing machines now that wash at 30 degrees with the same effectiveness as 40 degrees, but of course, saving energy and also being kinder to clothes. And when we tell this to consumers in the moment where they select the cycle, since if we have connectivity, then we have a pop-up, for example, when they select the 40-degree cycle and we say, did you know that, if you use the 30 degrees and so on, we see that they switch, many of them switch to 30 degrees. So it's again, having these nudges and for the sustainable behavior. And of course, the data that we gather helps us also to refine our existing features and also the development for the new generations. Of course, this requires upskilling and a different mindset that we are really building and that we have built at Electrolux in the last years, and we are really, in a good shape to go now on this journey. And the last thing that I would like to conclude with is that we all have the power to make a difference. And as I mentioned before, at the Electrolux Group, we have the privilege and also the responsibility to bring innovation to help millions of consumers to make the most sustainable choices at home every day. And this is what we're very proud to do. So this concludes my presentations, and I'm very happy to get questions.
Thank you so much for a great presentation, Elena. That was really interesting to hear. Before I open up the Q&A session officially, I wanted to remind everyone listening in that you can send in your questions through menti.com using the code below shown on screen right now. But I'll start asking one of my questions. You talk a lot about your science-based target, and considering that you achieved the first set of science-based target, you set a new one. Are you confident in the roadmap that you set ahead, or does it get harder and harder along the way?
Us had get harder and harder along with the way. I cannot hide that. But we are confident, and we are, also now discussing our 3-year plan, and we have, we have our plan in place, and that we're discussing also group management and with all the functions. So we know how to get there, and it's a question of doing it and sticking to it. Yeah, it gets harder and harder, but we are very committed to that.
Perfect. I was also thinking about the carbon border adjustment mechanism soon entering into force. What are your thoughts about this? How prepared do you feel about the potential increase of higher carbon taxes? Are you taking any specific measures to avoid import duties?
Yeah, we're not at this moment in time, but I think we are in a pretty good situation on this one because, as I said, we are working with our carbon footprint, both of ourselves and of our suppliers. So we are we feel we are in a pretty good shape.
Perfect, thank you. Let's see if we have a question from the audience.
Yeah, we have two. The first one is following up on the first question that we have. It's about the targets. Do you require, in relation to the new science-based target, any significant investments or similar to achieve them, or what does it take?
So for Scope 3, that is the majority of our emissions. Only product use is 85% and the material is another 10%. That, of course, requires investment on the products and so on. But as you've seen, then the products that are more efficient are also the more profitable. So that basically covers the Scope 3. The Scope 1 and 2, of course, requires investments in electrification. But we're really looking, and this is what we are discussing exactly in these days, on how to minimize the investment to still reach the target. Obviously, the more you go down, when you have to decrease by 97% your Scope 1 and 2 versus 2015, it doesn't come completely for free. But we are really taking the most, let's say, cost-conscious way to do that.
So you don't foresee any major capex plan being launched in the near term?
Not major and not in the near term, no.
Okay, thank you. And the second question is regarding another EU regulation. You have the Eco Design Directive. It sets different criteria for different type of products. It's everything from light bulbs to washing machines. And the EU has recently revised this and is currently doing so as well for multiple different categories. Could you help us understand if this impacts Electrolux in any way, and if so, how?
So we're basically prepared for the eco-design. For us, for our industry, and for us specifically, it's not really a big change. So we are not. This will not impact us and our work compared to what we're already doing. So we're not. That is not a big change for us.
Okay, thank you. And we have another question regarding the consumer behavior. You said for your products that sustainability and particularly efficiency is something that clients are valuing and think is important. But how important would you say that the environment footprint is for your clients? And do you see any geographical pattern? Does it differ between countries or regions?
Sorry, the what footprint you mentioned?
So the climate footprint, I think. It was environmental, but I think it's climate mainly.
So for our climate footprint, you mean exactly, for consumers?
Of the product.
Yeah, I have to be very honest. For consumers themselves, what matters the most is what touches them. Mm-hmm. We did quite a lot of stakeholder engagement recently, and also a lot of interviews with consumers. They almost give it for granted that we are taking care of that. They are not really, let's say, willing to pay more for and so on, but they think a premium brand needs to do that, needs to keep their house in order. What they are more interested in is the energy, of course, and the water and so on, and those tips that was the tips of nudging that I was describing into the better living, because it's a very tangible benefits for them every day, and that they can see how does it impact me. So it's for consumers themselves, they give it for granted.
And do you see that it's the same in all different countries, or does it vary depending on region?
On the footprint, on the climate footprint, on Scope 1 and 2, and for example, no, I think it's really the same. Consumers, yeah, they they expect that we as a premium brand do it. In terms of what type of nudges and so on, and how energy is important or not, it is important everywhere. But of course, there are some differences by geography. For example, in Latin America, what triggers most of the consumer attention is reduced food waste. So in the fridge, that or nudging towards more. Sustainable eating and so on. That is what triggers them the most, particularly on the food waste. In Europe, is a lot on the energy, so whatever helps to reduce energy. And in North America, I have to say, food waste is also even more than energy. But we are quite strong also in North America in terms of energy efficiency and E-Star rating. We have a very big range of products that are E-Star and even better than E-Star, and recognized also by authorities for that.
Okay, thank you. Another question from my end is that you have a target in place to improve water efficiency in manufacturing by 25%, and this is to be done by 2025. Your latest status on this in your annual report is that additional effort is required. Firstly, yes. Could you just tell what's your impact on water in the manufacturing process, and also what is needed in these additional efforts, because the 2025 is we're halfway there.
Now, yes. Actually, we have the target is split into two, because one is in the high risk areas, and it's exactly 25%, as you said, because it's 5% per year, and the other one is on the normal areas, and that is 1% per year. I have to say, we're doing amazingly good into the no-risk area, so we are really improving by far more than the target, and we are struggling a little bit in the water risk area, where basically is 3 factories in total, and so it's there honestly it's more the management inside, and it would require some different practices, honestly. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure that, and we're still working, we're not giving up, but in total, when you combine those two targets, we will definitely surpass the percentage of water reduction that we need to do when you combine, but it will be overachieving in the non-water risk area, and it will might be underachieving in the other one.
Thank you. And we have another question from the audience, and it's if you have PFAS in any products, and if you have so, do you have plans to phase it out?
Yeah, we don't.
Okay, thank you. A question from my end is that you have the new recycled materials target that you mentioned, now including both steel and plastic. What will be the main challenges related to achieving this target, and does it require any specific technologies or partnerships, or are you looking into that?
Yeah, so the main thing is availability of material, and then also let's say breaking some technological challenges. So on, talking about steel first, and there is more the availability of material that is very, very different compared to region by region. In Latin America and APAC, very not that much available, recycled steel, because then you need to have electric arc, and it's mainly blast furnace. Europe, it started getting there, but it's the availability is not still huge. North America, there is higher availability, but also more. Let's say more industries that are using that, like the car industries and the construction industry. So here our target is based on talking with the suppliers and understanding their plans, and it's based on real kind of discussions. Of course, there are plans that needs to happen also from their side to have the material available. And that is the first part. Second part that is on plastic is also related to the challenges, the technical challenges that we have. For example, in refrigerators, we have food contact regulations, and you might know that we are the only competitor, player globally that have a fridge that has 70% recycled plastic in the inner liner, and we are the only ones who could address the technical challenge of the food contact regulations that are very, very stringent, particularly in Europe. So we have that already in the range in Europe. But of course, there are other challenges as well, like mechanical resistance, for example, when it's also heavyweight in drums of wash machines, or also design, because it needs to look nice, and particularly with certain colors and so on, you can still see that the small dots. We do it only when it's really good for consumers, for the planet, and for the business. We do it only if it's great quality, pass all the test, looks good, and we don't compromise. So these are the technical challenges that and the overall challenges of availability and technical that we need to address.
Great, thank you so much, Elena. And that will be the final words on this update. Thank you for a great presentation, and for everyone listening in, please join us for our last session with Alimak starting at 4 o'clock Central Eastern European Time. Please join us then.
Welcome back to Handelsbanken's Sustainability Strategy webinar. My name is Josephine Johansson, and I also have my colleague Lina Blume with me. And for this final session, we're going to learn more about Alimak, which is a company that helps people and gear reach new heights in a safe and energy-efficient manner. And we're very glad to be joined by Charlotte Brogren, who is Chief Technology Officer at Alimak. And before I leave the word to you, I just want to remind the viewers that you can send in any questions that you have by logging in to menti.com and filling out the code that you're going to see on the screen. You can also use the QR code that you see on the screen to do this as well. And we'll make sure to ask your questions during the Q&A at the end of this session. So we'll start off with a presentation about 15-20 minutes from Charlotte, and then we'll move on to the Q&A. And with that, it's time to leave the floor to you, Charlotte. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I hope you've had a great day so far, and I hope I will continue to make it great for you, presenting what we do around sustainability in Alimak Group. So today, I've actually worked with sustainability since I had my PhD thesis some 30, 40 years ago. And nowadays, when you hear about sustainability, it's very much focused on reporting, new regulations, and so forth. But for me and for Alimak Group, we actually see this transformation that we as a company, as many other companies has to do, as a key driver for new business opportunities, as well as for innovation. But I will come back to that a little bit more in detail. But first, just a few words about who is Alimak Group. We are an industrial company, and our mission is to move people, material, and businesses safely to new heights. We are a diversified global industrial company, and we provide different type of vertical access equipment and solutions to enable people to work at heights, to come to heights, and work safely at heights. We are organized in 5 autonomous divisions, which all have their unique niches in where they operate. We have 3,000 employees. We have sales in more than 120 countries, and we have our own offices in 20 countries around the world. So very globalized company. Actually, our origin is from Skellefteå, Sweden, where an inventor, Alva Lindmark, started this type of solutions based on the need from the mining industry in Sweden some 70, 80 years back. Okay. The journey that I'm going to tell about is from when I started to also be responsible for sustainability in Alimak Group. So in 2022, we really start to map everything we were doing and seeing how we could go from the traditional focus of sustainability to more integrate sustainability in its broad perspective into all processes. From how we work with our suppliers, how we transport goods, how we operate in our factories, how we develop our products, the product roadmaps, ensuring that we have a safe and engaging workplace to attract and keep talents, business traveling, how our products are being used, how we can better serve our products when they are out in the field, how we can refurbish them, and at the end of life, also how we can recirculate most of the material we have in that our products is based upon. Next year, see if I can. Then in 2023, we also communicated to the capital market our sustainability targets. We have had an environmental target since a few years back, but in 2023 we also launched a set of targets that represent the broader perspective of sustainability. So first target is to have happy and highly motivated employees. This is a key for basically everything we can do. So we have set the target to be 40. And last year, 2024, we are very close to reaching the target of 40. We are at 32. We have also launched a target when it comes to health and safety, where we have said that the LTIFR index should be below 2. We started off with a much higher value, and we are now in a systematic way working with health and safety for our own employees, working that down. So of course our vision is zero harm, and we are moving toward. But with the closing 2024, we had been able to go down to a level of 4. Then we have the environmental target, where we said that we are going to have a reduction of our CO2 footprint with more than 30%. And since we started to do the measurement in 2019, we have actually been able to reduce our scope 1 and 2 with more than 50%. And we are working now on a plan to also address the scope 3 reductions. But as you know, that is much, much harder. It's not that we are not going to do it, but that is really what is in the focus of now going forward. And the last target, not the least, is of course that we also want to ensure that our broad supply base that we have all over the globe is also following and having the same principles around sustainability as us. So the first target here, we said that we are going to have ESG assessment of 80% of our supply base, of our supply base corresponding to 80% of spent direct material. We have achieved that target now, and we are then systematically working also to improve the ESG profile of the suppliers we are working with. So good results so far, good achievement on 3 of the 4, but that doesn't mean that we will stop the development. Last year, we had a lot of focus, but besides doing everything that you just heard, to start preparing us for implementation of the new regulation. So we have done all the basic. We have done assessment according to ESRS. We have identified which of the subtopics that is material for us in order to prepare us for the full reporting now 2025. In the annual report of 2024, you can say we did half of it. We did a lot of the processes. We did not document everything in the annual report of 2024. But of course, that is very much that is the target when we are coming out of when we will do the annual report for 2025. The areas of materiality for us is of course climate change, it's circular economy, it's our own workforce, it's the workers in the value chain, it's consumers and end users to provide safe products. I mean, that safety is really our is the reason why we exist. And then of course business conduct. And we really see the way we are designing, the way we are the way our machines work, etc. That the focus on circular economy is not only a risk, that is also really an opportunity. And I will come back to that a bit later here in the presentation. This year, we have added one more thing to do beyond the reporting and the work to continuously improve our carbon footprint, health and safety, etc. And that is to prepare ourselves for science-based targets. We have committed to science-based targets about a year ago, and now we have completed all the mapping across the value chain. And we are now preparing to send our roadmap and the final target 2030-2031 towards the Science-Based Target Initiative. And the plan is to complete this by beginning of 2026. So if we then look and focus a little bit more on the E part of sustainability, As I said before, we have worked intensely to see how we can reduce the CO2 footprint of our own operations, Scope 1 and Scope 2. This is how we have been able to reduce it from 2019. So 2019 bar is to the right, and the 2024 bar is to the left. So over this time frame, we have been able to reduce our absolute emissions with 51%, which I think is a very good achievement for the hard work done so far. And of course, we will continue to further come down also here. And then if we take Scope 3, we are producing quite a few different type of products to serve our customers all around the globe. And we last year did a full mapping of all the product categories, anything from the raw material used, material processing, transporting, manufacturing, production, usage to the end of life. We have about 150 data points per each life cycle analysis. Life cycle analysis is a tool that we have been using. So in total, we have about 9,000 data points to map the value chain for each product line in the group. And this is now a really good material to identify where we can take the first actions to reduce the Scope 3, which is a tricky question for many companies. But we have a fantastic base of data, of information that will guide us to be able to take the right measures. The right measure is also quite different if you compare the 5 different divisions in between each other. Some divisions are more heavy on raw material. Some divisions are more heavy on the use phase. And that's why it's important that we don't look at it on a total group scale. We have to nail it down per product group in order to be able to take the right actions. So what are we going to do? Here is really where innovation, creativity, teamwork, thinking outside the box will become a key tool to really challenge of how we have been designing products in the past, to how we should design products and how we are going to handle the product over the lifetime going forward. And this is, as I'm the CTO, I really like innovation. I see that this big challenge, doing things differently, is a very good driver for making innovative solutions. If you look at it, I mean, we do products that last for very long. So if we then take some principles on how we are addressing this. First of all, we will build products that will last even longer than what they've had done in the past. And then we will also work on how we can further retain value across the lifetime. So add more value and retain more value. Those are really the basic principles that we are now going through each product line within the group to identify that we are taking the right measures, either from a design perspective or from a service perspective or from a sourcing perspective, and in many cases from all 3 perspectives at the same time. Some examples here. BMUs is one of the product groups that we are providing. Those are machines that you put on the roof of tall buildings in order to allow that you can access the facade during the lifetime of the building, either to do window cleaning, to do facade repair, to put up lighting or whatever. These are big, heavy machines, 30 ton, 40 ton, 50 ton. And as you see here to the right, it's a comparison on if you were going to replace an old machine with a new machine. Then you would have a total CO2 emissions over the lifetime of this 30-year lifespan of about 12 ton CO2 or 0.6 ton CO2 per year. If you instead can take back the BMU that you already have, considering you already have a BMU, and then you refurbish that. We have a fantastic service organization that is taking care about our products on all the markets around the globe. And with their unique competences, we can reuse a lot of the things that was designed many years back, and then add new functionality, add new electrical system, add new controls, and by that not having to reuse, and by that being able to reuse a lot of the bulky material that is a big part of the CO2 footprint. And in this case, replacing with a new BMU versus a refurbished BMU is actually reducing the CO2 footprint with above 70%. And these are measures that we are now taking to see how we can better serve our customers with products with lower CO2 emissions. What you see to the right, in order to make our service technician work efficiently, we have invested in a digital tool called Service Protocol that we are now implementing across, enabling our service tech to be much more proactive, not having to do things that they shouldn't be done, and also reduce their administration and make our smarter in how we deal with our service business wherever. So a lot of focus on how we further can explore service business, which is both very important for our business as such, but a very important tool to make ourselves a greener company. Changing material is another, from using virgin material in our products to reused material is also a very important topic or measure to take. This is an example of a wind service lift, a lift that you put inside a wind tower in order for the service guys to come up to the nacelle and do service on the wind turbine. If we, instead of having virgin metal material, to go to reused metals, we are reducing the CO2 footprint over the lifetime with 40%. Last but not least, digital technologies. What does that have to do with becoming greener? Yeah, actually, if you put more intelligence into the machines that we are providing, we can make the mechanical structure weaker. We can have motors. We can use different type of motors, and we can design it in a completely other way, using less material and decreasing the weight. To reduce complexity and also having much higher operational flexibility by adding more intelligence in the machine. And then providing more digital solutions across the lifetime of how and when to do maintenance, going from reactive to proactive service, etc. All in all, again, this is reducing this carbon footprint with almost 30%. So let me see, then I think I will be trying to sum up, go back here. It's trying to sum up sustainability in Alimak Group. So first of all, Alimak Group, we work with safety. We enable that people can work safely at heights. So Alimak Group's business is about sustainability. We are investing heavily in new technologies like digitalization, like smart controls, like digital tools, etc., to further drive customer value along with sustainability, making our products more good with a better total cost of ownership for our customers, as well as a lower carbon footprint along the lifetime. We design versatile products and solutions that are built to last for many decades. And with our service organization that we have all over the world, they have the unique expertise to further extend the lifetime as well as refurbish all products, which is also a key measure to further reduce our Scope 3 emissions. And last but not least, our products, the way they are designed, they are designed for circularity, which means that we can reuse most of the material that they are built of when their finally is coming to the end of life. So that was the end of my presentation, and I hope I was able to give you a little bit insight into how we integrate sustainability into our business, and that we are fully committed to work along the track that we have started and become not only a better company, but also a greener company. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charlotte. And now we open up for questions, and you can post your questions by going on to menti.com and fill in the code that you see on the screen, or use the QR code that you also see on the screen. But I'll take the opportunity to ask a first question. And you mentioned your wind division, and you also have exposure to the US. So I just wanted to ask, given, no pun intended, the winds that are blowing right now in the US politically, has that impacted you in any way? Do you see a weakening in business there from the client side in terms of wind or demand for more low carbon or sustainable products?
Well, I think I'm not in the position of talking about our financial and how our markets are developing. I mean, that we have our quarterly reports for. But the targets that we have set for sustainability, I mean, that is not impacted by that there are changes short term in the political landscape, etc. We do believe that investing in sustainability is good for our own growth. We believe that sustainability is a key driver for innovation, and what we do to save the planet will also be good for us to become more successful out in the market. And not the least, I mean, being an attractive workplace for talent.
And when you speak to clients overall, do you see what is the core focus when it comes to sustainability? Is it energy efficiency of products, or is it something else, that safety? What is the most core focus for your clients?
Yeah, the reason for buying products from Alimak Group is that we provide a safe way to access heights. We provide a safe way of working at heights. So, of course, that is the reason why you are asking for products from us. Then more and more customers have their own targets about, just like we have when we look at our supply chain, about that you want to invest in certain things that have the minimum impact on the environment. And here we see a lot of focus on the material side, on the transport side, and as all of our products already are electrified, I mean the energy consumption is a little bit less focused because we are already converted to electricity. But it's the total CO2 footprint over the lifetime that more and more is asking for.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to touch back before we look at any question from the audience. You mentioned your science-based targets. You're starting to work with that, and you're targeting to send in for validation in early 2026, if I wasn't mistaken. What's the status right now? Is it still mapping up the different emissions, and what do you see as the key challenge in this process?
The mapping we have done. So right now we are making the roadmaps. I mean, based from the feedback from the Science Based Targets organization, we know how much emission reductions we need to have until 2030, 2031. And now we are trying to make it into a clear activities on what we need to do for what products and when. So it's really now operationalizing the mapping into what needs to be done to be able to reach what we are going to reach in 5-6 years.
Okay, thank you. And I think we have a question from the audience. Looks like related to materials.
Yes, so the question is, will the carbon border adjustment mechanism impact Alimak in any way? And yes, for you listening in that are not familiar with the CBAM or the carbon border adjustment mechanism, it's a tariff on carbon that will be implemented starting 2026 on, for example, imported goods such as steel. Please go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Good question. Absolutely. We are a very material intensive company. As you see, we produce products with that weighs from number of tons to many tons. And of course, we don't only have our supply base in Europe. So this with these new regulations, we have to look at how we are evaluating suppliers, and that will be a key part in the equation of making sure that we select the right suppliers and again choose material that give us the lowest carbon footprint going forward.
And you see that this also makes the science-based target even more relevant because it also forces you to decrease emissions and save money from that perspective, or is that something you're taking into account?
Yeah, no, but all the CBAM, the science-based target, ESRS, I mean, they are all different rules or frameworks, etc. But they're coming together very much. I mean, for ESRS reporting this year, we have to provide a roadmap on how we are going to reduce our carbon emissions. That is not something else than what we anyway are going to do, as we have committed to science-based target. And of course, selecting the right supply base. I mean, that is an important part to reach both of these goals that we have set going forward. So it's the different things are coming together.
Thank you. And also we've been talking a bit about wind, but I was also thinking with solar, you're installing new things on rooftops, and it sounds like you need safety to get on those rooftops. Do you see that Alimak is relevant from a solar perspective as well? And if so, do you track this in any way, or is it possible to know the exposure in that sense?
Yeah, you can say for whatever you have to do at working at height, Alimak has everything from machine to equipment that makes you work at height in a safe way. It can be harnesses, it can be lifelines, it can be whatever, so that you shouldn't have the risk of falling down and be hurt by that. So, but a lot of those smaller products, if you talk about harnesses and lifelines, etc., is often sold via distributors. And then we are not always having a full, you can say, full correlation of, between our sales and to exactly what kind of work will be done for the person with that harness. But of course, the more and more installation of solar panels on roofs will of course require the solutions that we are providing.
Thank you. And then talking about safety, I know that you've gotten questions before, but I think it's worth mentioning. What is the status of your safety work in your own organization and also installation of your type of products? Because I know you had a tragic accident involving one of your products in 2023. Can you explain a bit more what happened then and what's happening since then in terms of installation processes and such?
Yeah. So
what we can say, just to be clear.
Yeah. So we have. I mean, we are working actively in safety committees who are setting the baseline on how you are going to design and how you are going to fulfill the safety regulations in different markets. And our products are safe, but there is also always, you can say, a possibility for a human error if you're not handling the equipment in the right way. That is the case for any type of machine that you are providing, or a car, or whatever, a bicycle, whatever. If you're not handling it in the right way, you can cause accidents. So what we have been working even more on after this tragic accident is to enable that it should be easy to do the right things. It should be, we are working to avoid that making potential mistakes more impossible, harder to do. Our products are safe, but the human factor is what we are now, through very much the digital means, very much of providing the right information at the right time to the right person, just to minimize the risk of the human error. And the tragic accident was not based on that our products was designed in the wrong way. It was because of a human error at that work site. So we are very, very sorry about what happened there.
And that will conclude this session. Thank you very much, Charlotte, for an interesting presentation and a great way to end our day. It was very interesting indeed. And this concludes today's events, our Sustainability Strategy webinar. And I hope that all of you listening in today have had a useful day, gaining new insights. And if there's anything you want to discuss further, you know where to find us. We're looking forward to continued conversations on these topics. Until then, I wish you a nice rest of the day, and thank you for now and goodbye.